British Columbia, and the rest of Canada. And whereas next Saturday, March 8th is International Women's Day, and women are essential to the dynamic hub that is Vancouver's music industry, not only driving creative artistry and leadership, but also serving as indispensable keystones that sustain projects and propel our creative economy forward.
And whereas Lindsay McPherson is the Executive Director of Music BC, and whereas Savannah Wellman is a co-founder of the Women in Music BC chapter, chair of the Music Managers Forum Canada, and co-founder of the label Tiny Kingdom.
And whereas Julie Fowler is Executive Director of the BC Music Festival Collective and a co-producer of the Ignite the Arts Festival.
And whereas Simone Greywall is the Program Director and Afternoon Host at 104.3 The Breeze in Vancouver and Vice President of the BC Association of Broadcasters.
And whereas, and I'm going to apologize in advance, there's a lot of names here. I'm probably going to butcher one or two of them. And whereas Anita Sodi Kaveza, Cindy Sutu, Jenna Visram, Jenny McKenzie, and Lisa Clark are the Women of BC Place's leadership team, each playing a unique and integral role in coordinating concerts at BC Place.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of our elected officials and the people that choose to work at the City of Vancouver every single day, do hereby proclaim the date of February the 25th, 2025 as Women Behind the Sound Day in the City of Vancouver. Now, would anybody like to come up and say a few words? Yeah, please come on up. Yeah.
I just love to say I'm wearing pink today in honor of my mother, Marianne Fowler, who was one of the first elected officials in the City of Vancouver to give birth, serving her term on the Parks Board. And I am that baby, so I'm just like, so cool to be here. And yeah, music makes the world go round. It's the heartbeat of our communities, and it makes us healthier and more vibrant when we support it. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to say that as an industry association, a lot of the time we're so focused on advocating and celebrating artists and industry in our backyard and are often overlooked for acknowledgements like this. So I'm very grateful to the City of Vancouver, the Juno Host Committee, and thank you for celebrating our music community.
On behalf of, sounds good. Okay, thank you. So on behalf of the team at BC Place, we thank the City of Vancouver for this recognition. It's really a partnership when we bring these big events to the city, and we couldn't do it without all of our partners at the table. So thank you very much.
Everybody? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we have quorum. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. And oh, got a couple of stragglers here. Yeah. Nope, not today. Right. All right. Thanks for coming in, everyone. Okay, good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, February the 25th, 2022. Whoops. Hello. All right. Right. Well, I've had that feeling for a very long time, so. All right, thank you, everyone. Now, this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. Do we have anyone online today? No, okay. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Now, in case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, there are exits. So you just go through the glass doors and you take a left at the first pillar and walk down the stairs. Please do not use the elevator. If the glass doors are obstructed for any reason whatsoever, there are 4 exits at the side of the building. And we also have the fire chief here today. So she will definitely be giving us all instructions on how to be safe. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain at your location and wait for a security team member to guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of this hallway here, so if anyone smells toast, let us know and we'll run and grab it. Now, I do want to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I do think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past, learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, I know we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity for all of us here and going out way past 7 generations. I also want to acknowledge our incredible team throughout the city of Vancouver. Like I've said countless times, we've had the honor and the privilege to see our team members in action. And I can tell you, we're so lucky that our team members choose to come and work at the city of Vancouver every single day. And so really thankful for that. With that, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly,
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Ramadan is a sacred month observed by Muslims worldwide, marked by fasting from dawn to sunset, spiritual reflection, and acts of kindness and charity. It's a time for prayer, self-discipline, and community connection, culminating in Eid al-Fitr, a joyous celebration marking the end of the month. During Ramadan, many Muslims engage in increased worship, donate to charitable causes, and gather with family and friends for iftars, evening meals to break the fast. The City of Vancouver is proud to recognize and celebrate the spirit of Ramadan, acknowledging the contributions of the city's vibrant Muslim community. Throughout the month, local mosques and community organizations host inclusive events, such as public iftars and education programs, fostering a spirit of understanding, compassion, and togetherness. Vancouver's diversity is one of its greatest strengths. Observing Ramadan provides an opportunity for all residents to learn from one another, strengthen community bonds, and celebrate the values of empathy and generosity that resonate with everyone. So now I'd love to invite our teammates on council to join me to read a proclamation proclaiming February 28th through March 30th, 2025 as Ramadan in the City of Vancouver.
Office of the Mayor, City of Vancouver, British Columbia, proclamation Ramadan. Whereas Ramadan is observed by many residents in Vancouver who practice the Islamic faith.
And whereas Ramadan is a month-long annual observance which is held during the 9th month of the lunar calendar and begins on the sighting of the new moon.
And whereas Ramadan is a time of spiritual reflection, self-discipline, and community building observed by Muslims worldwide as one of the 5 pillars of Islam.
And whereas during this month, Muslims fast from dawn to sunset, abstaining from food, drink, and other physical needs. This practice is a testament to discipline, self-restraint, and devotion, while also fostering empathy for those in need. Ramadan is a time for deep spiritual reflection, strengthening bonds with family and friends, and engaging in acts of charity and community service.
And whereas Ramadan holds deep spiritual significance for Muslims and is also a time of rich cultural tradition. Across the world, Muslim communities observe Ramadan in unique ways, with customs and practice that reflect their heritage and local tradition. Despite these cultural differences, the core value of community, family, faith remains central to the observance of this sacred month.
And whereas the end of Ramadan is marked by Eid al-Fitr, a joyous celebration of gratitude, community, and renewal.
And whereas Vancouver takes pride in its diverse and inclusive community, recognizing and honoring the traditions and contributions of Muslim residents during this sacred time.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young, we didn't have another line here, the rest of my teammates on City Council, all the elected officials, and everyone who chooses to work throughout the City of Vancouver every single day, do hereby proclaim February the 28th through March 30th, 2025 as Ramadan in the City of Vancouver. Thank you very much. So the plan for the day, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. Now, I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items, in-camera motion, adoption of minutes and matters adopted on consent, 1 communication, 6 reports, 16 bylaws, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today, we're going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. If we recess, the reconvene date is Thursday, February the 27th, 2025 at 3 p.m. So, Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the updated agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 1 are from the Special Council Business License hearing on January the 28th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, so would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the Special Council Change the Acting Mayor roster on January the 28th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Thank you, Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the Special Council Business License hearing on January the 29th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, would someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the council meeting on February the 4th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move? Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on February the 5th, 2025. Are there any corrections? Would someone like to move? Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 6 are from the Special Council convening a meeting which is closed to the public on February the 5th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 7 are from the Court of Revision BIA on February the 6th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move? Councillor Joe, thank you. Councillor Dominato, seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, motion carries unanimously. Whew. Minutes 8 are from the Special Council discuss the subject of tariffs on February the 11th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 9 are from the Nomination Subcommittee on February the 11th, 2025. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Councillor Joe, seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 10 and 11 were withdrawn and will be considered at council on March the 11th, 2025. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1, reports 1, 3, 4, and 6 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold reports number 2 and 5 to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for communication 1, reports 1, 3, 4, and 6 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? And Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I hold report 1, please?
You can. And seems like that's it. Okay, so before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Oh, sorry. Well, there's a little delay there. Okay, Councillor Fry, I apologize.
No problem. Hold number 5, please.
So 5 is already being held to.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I don't have that on my list. Okay,
that's okay. It's all good. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, just clarifying, because I'm sorry I didn't hear that report 3 is being held because it's dependent upon report 2 being concluded first.
Report 2 is being held. Report number 3, we can pass it on consent. Does that answer your question? Sorry, what was your question again?
Well, I was just, my understanding was that the 2 reports are linked because if council, for example, were not to pass a pedestrian pilot, then the waiving of the patio fees is related. So I'm just looking for clarification on that from staff. Is that correct or not? That's because I did read something in report 3 that suggested That, or perhaps it's the change to the bylaw that suggests that report 2 needs to be dealt with first. So I'm just looking for clarification procedurally.
Sorry, if you can give us a second just to confirm,
Sure.
I believe that's the case. I mean, report 3 does contemplate report 2, particularly in relation to Gastown and
Right.
Water Street.
So
that would be my
So
expectation.
if that's the case, then report 3, Mayor, I believe should not be on the consent agenda because council needs to deal with report 2 first and then dispense with 3.
So as a precautionary measure, should we be holding report number 3 then? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, it should be removed from the consent agenda.
Much.
Yeah.
Okay, good catch. Thank you. So. Great. So seeing no one else in the queue, we'll go back to the conflict. Does anyone believe that they have a conflict? If they do, please put up their hand. Seeing none. Okay, so we have communication number 1 and reports 4 and 6 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communication and the reports? Councillor Classen, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So, the following have been approved on consent. So communication number 1, change to council meeting schedule. And report number 4, approval of business improvement areas BIA renewals and expansion 2025. And report number 6, Chinatown Advisory Committee revision to terms of reference. Okay. Okay. So reports, the first one on the docket is number 1, uplifting the downtown east side and building inclusive communities that work for all residents motion. Progress update. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Right, seeing no one in the queue or putting up their hands, we'll just go to the presentation. Now, we have team members here to present the item. Great. Oh, hey, Sandra, please go ahead.
Council, thanks so much for the time on your agenda this morning. Sandra Singh, I am one of the Deputy City Managers here at the City of Vancouver, and I am here joined by colleagues from Arts, Culture and Community Services, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, Finance and Supply Chain Management, Engineering Services, and Fire and Rescue Services. And we're here to provide a progress update on our work to advance the directions provided by Council in the Uplifting Downtown East Side motion. We'll provide a brief presentation, and then, as I mentioned, we have a staff team here to answer any detailed questions that you might have. First and foremost, we'll recognize that the City of Vancouver is on and does our work on the unceded and ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We recognize that they have been stewards of these lands since time immemorial, and their unique relations, title, and rights in these territories remain intact. For context, as Council knows, the Downtown East Side is comprised of a number of distinct, diverse, and dynamic neighborhoods. Each neighborhood has its own unique personality. The borders are impermeable, and residents and businesses, workers traverse across all of the different neighborhoods. The Downtown East Side is rich with historic buildings and places, and one of the key community assets are the people who live and work in these areas. Each community sense of place can often be linked to significant historical events, spiritual connections to previous generations and the land, diverse faiths, access to resources, and the physical environment and built form. The work in the Downtown East Side is guided by a number of key city policies. First, of course, the Downtown East Side Local Area Plan approved by Council in 2014. It provides a vision for the neighborhood based on extensive community engagement, policies and strategies that focus on ways to improve the lives of low-income Downtown East Side residents and community members. Other key aligned policies that overlap and intersect with the Downtown Eastside Plan, support it and guide it. Our work in the area as well are the Healthy City Strategy, the Vancouver Plan, UNDRIP Action Plan, Housing Vancouver, the SRO Revitalization Action Plan, the Community Economic Development Strategy, and Spaces to Thrive, the city's social infrastructure strategy. Specifically, in November 2023, Council passed a motion that included some very detailed directions to Council in relation to our ongoing work in the Downtown East Side. So staff have themed the directions in the motion into 5 themes: SRO replacement, regional response to homelessness and mental health and substance use, land use and housing policy, community and low-income community economic development, and social infrastructure in the Downtown East Side. And so what we'll do is we will go through the contents that we provided to you in the update report at a high level, and just to kind of note the kind of key points in each section. So the first motion was, first bundle of resolutions is related to single-room occupancy hotel replacement. In particular, exploring ways to accelerate the full replacement of SROs and to consider services to support the wellness and health of people living in SROs. As Council knows, SROs are small 10 by 10 rooms with shared bathrooms and kitchens, and they serve as the housing of last resort before homelessness for many of our residents. There's 140 open SRO buildings in Vancouver, representing about 6,900 rooms. The continuum on the slide is familiar to Council, and it shows the range of ownership types and the composition of the stock relative to those ownership types. So on the left, you have non-market buildings that are owned by government or nonprofits, operated by housing providers, often with supports. Rents are low, usually at shelter rates. Many of the residents have complex health needs. Some of the buildings have a stable tenant base and are providing long-term homes for tenants. And some of the nonprofit operators and the Chinese society operators are struggling to afford the operating costs, given they're trying to also keep the rents low. On the right-hand side, you have private buildings, of course, privately owned. The building conditions vary widely from poor to more upscale renovated suites. The rents range from shelter rate to over $1,000 a month. Some owners, like for the nonprofit stock, are struggling to meet rising costs and afford repairs. The gentrified buildings, of course, with the higher rents, are able to afford those types of costs. The tenant mix is low income to higher income, and some residents do have complex health and mental health needs, and other tenants are able to live independently with minimal supports. Council is aware that the conditions in SROs vary widely. On the left of the screen, you have a well-maintained SRO. Well-maintained SROs are generally no longer affordable to low-income residents unless they're publicly owned and operated. And of course, we have a number of SROs in poor condition that provide that housing of last resort. In terms of the city's work and staff's work on accelerating SRO replacement, there are a number of activities underway. First, of course, this is a very large stock that will require extensive investment from senior government and partnership with the city to replace. That will take time, many years. And so in the interim, the city has implemented a number of policies and bylaws to support this stock remaining accessible to people with very low income. In particular, the SRA bylaw and the vacancy control bylaw seek to manage the rate of change in this stock and prevent people being driven into homelessness. We have been engaging over recent years with multiple levels of government on the SRO investment strategy working group, and that working group is exploring a number of different potential opportunities, including funding programs for renovations. We have, that work is underway, and we'll be reporting to Council on that in the future. There are currently, there's currently one government-owned SRO in replacement underway, and we have another 3 identified in the near term. Our work to inform our work in this stock is also, of course, informed by the opinions and needs and aspirations of tenants who are living in the stock. We've conducted SRO tenant surveys numerous times over the last decade. The most recent one was conducted in 2024, just last year, and the results of that survey will be shared with Council in March and will inform the ongoing work of the Intergovernmental Working Group. With respect to health support services, we always consider the role of the city versus the role of other government partners when considering how to approach these types of directions and approach it, service aspirations. So in terms of public or non-market SROs, BC Housing generally provides funding for 24/7 staff to support tenants on site, and they provide site referrals to health and other services in the community. At some sites, VCH does provide support, specific supports to tenants through InReach as well as through community health-based sites. In private SROs, the city has provided grant funding to SROC, the SRO Collaborative, to engage tenants in terms of their well-being and their tenancy in SROs. And VCH's new integrated healthcare teams provide clinical and outreach services through their community health centers, and they also provide support to some SRO residents. In terms of supporting community wellness, the city has, with council direction, supported a number of key initiatives to enhance access to health services in the downtown east side generally, including culturally appropriate health and wellness care aimed at improving outcomes, social and health outcomes in the downtown east side. So just a few examples, there's 6 on the screen, but just a few examples. Of course, there was council's $8 million grant to VCH to initiate the startup of some new approaches to mental health de-escalation services, a number of significant grants to organizations to implement Indigenous healing and wellness centers. And of course, we have deployed our space both for the city-operated Evelyn Saller Center, which hosts a partnership with Providence Health for wound care, as well as the city deployed the space at 320 Alexander, where Watari is funded by the province to operate in an Indigenous-led wellness hub that provides hygiene and health services, including an on-site partnership with VCH. In terms of looking at a regional response to homelessness and mental health, there were 2 directions here. One was to explore opportunities for an improved approach to these considerations at the metro level, as well as that the mayor write an advocacy letter to the province on behalf of council, seeking greater supply of shelter spaces and supportive housing across the region to better support people in their home communities. And so that letter, we can confirm, has been sent. And then in terms of thinking about an approach to regional homelessness and regional mental health support services, just to confirm at the outset, the City of Vancouver has played a very strong leadership role in the region and has been very progressive in the work around supporting people experiencing homelessness and in addressing, using our levers to try to influence and address the mental health crisis and to provide supports for people. So as you can see on this slide, there are on the top row a number of our significant investments in supportive and social housing and shelter creation. For example, since 2017, between 2017 and 2024, the city enabled the creation of approximately 1,400 supportive housing units and 4,700 social housing units. From 2000 to 2024, the city supported the creation of just under 500 new shelter spaces. We have co-funded the homelessness outreach team with BC Housing, and we provide millions of dollars in grants to nonprofit organizations to ameliorate the impacts of deep poverty and homelessness, as well as through our own direct service operations. In terms of drug policy and mental health crisis, of course, all of our work is still grounded on the 4 pillars drug strategy, which advocates for a balanced approach from harm reduction to prevention, treatment, and enforcement. We have partnered extensively with VCH to support the deployment of harm reduction services as life-saving services in Vancouver. We have supported a public health approach to mental health and substance use, and as noted, Council has provided catalyst funding to VCH. In terms of, again, with the Regional Homelessness Council, these numbers are familiar to you. We have 25% of the overall population of Metro Vancouver, and we have 67% of the region's operating shelter. We have 77% of the region's supportive housing. So on a per capita basis, we are doing heavy lifting for the region, and with limited or no services in home communities, people will come to communities where there are services. And so we do have an overrepresentation relative to our population of people experiencing homelessness and the dual crisis here in Vancouver. The impacts are, of course, first and foremost on those living with these intersecting situations. It is devastating to be homeless. It is devastating to be living with unsupported mental health and substance use. This also, though, has community impacts. There's significant financial pressures for Vancouver residents and businesses. There's extensive pressure on our public realm. And the intensification of crises in one area does impact the ability to implement solutions because it can reinforce stigma and stereotypes. So from a regional perspective, focusing solutions to the region's homelessness crisis in Vancouver does limit response possibilities and options. And we'll talk a little bit more about how taking a regional approach can open up some new possibilities. In terms of modeling what a regional approach to delivering supportive housing and emergency shelter could look like, in Appendix B, staff have provided some data tables that just present some different views of the potential. So the staff have done a preliminary, very rough population-based modeling, assuming that there's about 3,900 supportive housing units required to address the number of people in the metro region experiencing homelessness. That includes the 20% for the undercount, for the homeless count. And basically, they've just taken that number of supportive housing units and proportionally distributed it across the metro region to see what that would look like. And as you would see in that modeling in the appendix, there is a lot of work to be done across the region. There's a lot of work to be done here in Vancouver, but we would be looking for that regional partnership. The staff have also done an extrapolation of the province's methodology for supportive housing that they put forward in the provincial housing targets. And so based on that extrapolation, it would show that there's a need of 2,900 units over 5 years, so it's a shorter time frame, and that 26% of the net new supportive units would be located in Vancouver. So a bit more proportional, but still we have our existing stock here that is in need of replacement. The 5-year timeframe certainly does reinforce the urgency of the crisis, and we would like to note as staff that those housing targets that really do set the pathway and framework for leadership in developing a regional approach. So it's work that staff find supportive of this direction. In terms of emergency shelter, we did the same thing. We did some rough population-based modeling that shows an extensive underservicing of shelter across the region. Shelter, of course, should be emergency. We would always suggest that housing is the first solution to homelessness. In terms of a regional approach to mental health and substance use, there's a new model of seamless addiction care called Road to Recovery to support people. This was developed by Providence Healthcare and Vancouver Coastal Health. It provides the right care, right setting approach and timely simplified access to addiction care through Access Central, which is a single point of access that provides same-day clinical assessment and care planning tailored to an individual's need. We see this as a very positive framework. It's been supported by the province now as a provincial approach to recovery services and is being rolled out to health authorities across BC. So we'll be reaching out to our VCH colleagues to arrange an update to council on the implementation of Road to Recovery as a provincial framework for recovery services. So we're very encouraged to see that. We do want to flag that harm reduction services remain a critical intervention in terms of the mental health and substance use crisis. Harm reduction services save lives. This has been demonstrated. What we do want to flag is that while Road to Recovery is rolling out across the province and across the region as a recovery pathway, harm reduction still remains an under deployed service across the region. Vancouver has 14 OPS sites, which is just almost 50% of the 30 sites across the region. So that's a really uneven access to harm reduction. So in communities where there are no harm reduction services or there aren't enough, people will be driven to communities where there are for services such as drug checking, supplies, and services. So in terms of a regional approach, there are a number of benefits that we've identified that would support not just our residents here in Vancouver, but residents across the region. If people can stay in their home communities where they have connections and supports, that sets a better foundation in terms of their potential path to wellness. Regional differences also allow for opportunities for diversity of form. Here in Vancouver, we're a dense community and we are densifying. We build up. If you start to look at some of the other communities across the region that are lower density, you can start to look at different types of forms of development, like tiny home villages, which are a very, very interesting form. You can look at workforce modular, you can look at sprung structures. So when we take a regional look, we can look at creating different types of options for people that would best suit their needs and communities that they want to live. In terms of different forms, also we can deploy shelter faster if we can look at some of these different forms as well. And of course, if there are different types of developments, if there are different services, if every community provided this type of welcome and support for people with mental health and substance use and people experiencing homelessness, there would be more choice, there would be more dignity, and there would be more safety across the region for everyone. Okay, the next group of motions related to land use and housing policy, and there's specific information in Appendix C related to these motions. So the first Resolution C directed staff to explore aligning the city's definition of social housing and supportive housing with provincial definitions and funding programs. Sorry, I just went through my notes too fast. So the city's existing zoning and development bylaw definition of social housing within the downtown east side requires that 33% of the units be delivered at the shelter rate of income assistance, with an additional 33% of units targeted at or below BC Housing's housing income limits. While BC Housing's Community Housing Fund program, the primary program for social housing across the province, requires 20% of the units be delivered at shelter rate and 50% at below hills. So better aligning the city's definition of social housing to the province involves decreasing the required percentage of shelter rate units to align with the CHF program. This is anticipated to increase the financial viability of projects by closing the funding gap and thus increasing the overall delivery of social housing, while still meeting the needs for housing that serves area residents with very low incomes. So staff are currently undertaking economic analysis to better understand the impacts of aligning the definitions, and public engagement is expected to start in Q2 of 2025 once that analysis has been completed. The next resolution, Resolution E, directs staff to explore options to update the downtown east side area plan with the goal to deliver a greater number of social and supportive housing units in the DEOD to meet the needs of residents. So staff are exploring changes within the downtown east side Oppenheimer district and the Thornton Park subareas of the downtown east side. Full details of the potential changes will be shared with the public in that Q2 engagement once analysis has been completed. But at a high level, the work is exploring the use of below market rental housing as a tool to replace private SROs through the delivery of below-market rental housing with deeper levels of affordability when compared to the citywide below-market rental policy. This recognizes that alongside government investment, other avenues are needed to deliver SRO replacement housing at the scale that is required. Staff are also exploring an update to the DEOD sub-area inclusionary housing policy, moving it from a required delivery of 60% of the building as social housing and 40% as rental housing to a split that is more financially feasible in order to enable the delivery of more social housing. And to aid with project viability, staff are also exploring increased heights and densities for social and supportive housing, as well as for the updated inclusionary and new below-market rental housing options. And lastly, staff are looking at how to deliver more shelter rate or deeply discounted units citywide to provide more housing choice for low-income residents outside of the downtown east side. Resolution E also directed the consideration for resourcing a new social impact assessment. So as council may recall, in 2014, staff completed a Downtown Eastside social impact assessment as part of the Downtown Eastside plan. It was based on extensive community engagement and an assessment of the different assets throughout the Downtown Eastside. Updating the Downtown Eastside social impact assessment at this point would require assigning multiple staff and dedicating significant resources. And so given staff's extensive workload at the moment, as an alternative, we're exploring ways to leverage the Healthy City Strategy refresh as a framework for measuring changes in neighborhoods, including social conditions. So, and that, of course, would include measuring changes in impact of services and changes in the downtown east side. So staff are planning to bring recommendations to council on the Healthy City Strategy refresh in Q2 2025. Okay, Resolution F directed staff to accelerate a previous council motion to explore a preemptive right of bylaw. So staff explored this type of bylaw, which would give the city the priority to purchase buildings or lands for sale to provide housing choices. Staff undertook a jurisdictional scan and interviewed staff in other jurisdictions to help identify potential opportunities and challenges associated with the preemptive right bylaw. Staff found that while this type of bylaw had positive impacts in some jurisdictions, it was unlikely to increase the equitable distribution or quantity of non-market housing in Vancouver. The main barrier to achieving this is available funding to purchase properties, not the acquisition process itself. Staff reported back to council via memo in March of 2024, and so we think that our assessment is that this resolution has been completed. The final resolution, I, directed staff to, within this thematic group, directed staff to report back with a 20-year needs assessment of social and supportive housing in the city and opportunities to incorporate this into the updated long-term targets for the Housing Vancouver strategy. So this item is also completed. In June 2024, Council incorporated Vancouver housing targets into the updated Housing Vancouver 10-year targets. So this included a net new supportive housing target of 1,500 units over 10 years. And in November of 2024, staff presented an interim housing needs report to council, and that report included a 20-year housing needs assessment and an analysis of residents who are in core housing need and experiencing homelessness. That analysis showed a need for 21,500 units for households in extreme core need and 2,850 units for people experiencing homelessness. So the next motion theme is related to community and low-income community economic development. And staff were directed to explore opportunities to partner with the nonprofit sector to support low-income economic development and embed social procurement as a core consideration to enabling the low-threshold economic engagement opportunities. So as council knows, we have an existing community economic development strategy with the Downtown Eastside. So we looked at this work within the context of that council-approved strategy. That strategy has 9 core ideas. I won't go through them all in detail, but a key one is the livelihoods continuum, which is seeing the local economy as a livelihoods continuum where employment and income generation opportunities are sought and where pathways are created to connect and strengthen links through nodes of activity, such as social innovation hubs. So this directs the work to be kind of seen as supporting people to move from unemployment to employment. It's not linear. but is rather a spectrum of income generating opportunities. So in terms of the work in the downtown east side, there's been a lot of work in the area of community and low-income economic development. Staff worked with the community to support the launch of Ember's East Side Works. We operated the downtown east side street market for many years, transitioning it indoors and evolving it into the downtown east side community corner market. There's this special enterprise 5-year pilot program, which provides grant support to activate commercial retail units. There's currently active planning for the implementation of the Community Economic Development Hub. That's a very interesting and exciting project at 525 Powell. And of course, there's the 2018 Council-approved Community Benefit Agreement policy, which seeks to support local employment and local procurement in major projects. There's a number of low barrier employment opportunities enabled by the city directly, over $3 million a year to create these types of opportunities through grants and contracts. So street cleaning grants, we launched Project Hope along Hastings Street. There's the nonprofit supported social service parklets, the Embers Chinatown Stewards, and of course there's social grants for downtown east side nonprofits. In terms of social procurement, the city launched the Social Value Procurement Framework in 2019. It has aims to leverage resources and relationships that increase economic opportunities for social and diverse businesses, diversifies our supply chain, seeks to improve economic independence and capacities for people and communities, advance reconciliation, and seeks to promote equity, inclusion, and diversity in workforces. So since 2019, $142 million has been spent on products and services from nonprofit organizations in Vancouver. And in 2023, just under $2 million in contracts were awarded to social enterprises, typically located in the downtown east side. And so existing contracts resulted in about $20 million of spend. We've also seen and been able to influence some of the established vendors which are being contracted directly by the city, who now partner with small social enterprise to align with our social sustainability expectations. So there's a lot of work happening in this area. And what I can confirm is that in meeting with our social procurement team, every procurement that goes out the door is looked at for a social procurement opportunity. So that is a constant lens on our procurement, in our procurement process. We do want to flag that that poverty continues to be a persistent issue, as we all know in the downtown east side. Local low barrier employment and community economic development initiatives are a key part of this. But we also need to think about income assistance. It is beyond the scope of the city, of course, but we all know that income assistance rates are well below the cost of basic needs, particularly given housing affordability and inflation. Across Metro Vancouver region, the market basket measure for family of 4 is $58,000 or $20,000 for a single person. So we all know the lack of income is a key driver of homelessness and can result in deteriorating mental health. And it also results in people needing to rely on the gray or black market and the subsistence economy, which also puts them in greater precarity. So we understand that increasing income assistance rates within a national context of disaggregated income assistance programs is very challenging and can result in unintended impacts. But there are some things that staff would request the province consider, given the changing context for British Columbians. We would request that they consider increases to earning exemptions, while also ensuring that those don't negatively impact a person's ability to maintain their rent geared to income housing. That would support more people to connect to the economy and labor market. We would appreciate reconsideration of how income assistance is dispersed, such as biweekly payments, to spread payments out so that could deter the need for predatory lenders and prevent victimization, and could support people to to be in a position to not lose their monthly payments on welfare payday. And there are other changes that could be, that could eliminate application and eligibility barriers. So in partnership with the work on the economic development and low barrier employment, we would advocate for some changes to income assistance. Finally, the last theme is social infrastructure in the downtown east side. So as council knows, we have our 10-year Spaces to Thrive Vancouver social infrastructure strategy approved by council in 2021. It has set 6 key policy directions that guide the work on social infrastructure. In the downtown, enabling below market commercial spaces is the focus of this work. We have about 126 spaces, about 1.4 million square feet in leased out to nonprofits at below market rates to support arts and culture, social, and homelessness serving uses. In the downtown east side specifically, we have just over 100,000 square feet, 10 spaces, leased out to social operators and nonprofit tenants, and 5 are currently in development or planning phases. So what we are planning to do in response to this motion is we are looking at bringing back to council some options for alternative ways to deploy some of our city-owned downtown spaces, including a potential pilot portfolio for management by the Community Impact Real Estate Society. So we anticipate that work coming to council later this spring. And some highlights related to the downtown east side since the Spaces to Thrive strategy was approved is there's been major capital funding and development process facilitation provided for nonprofits, including for Atira's Indigenous Women's Healing and Wellness Center, the ALT Healing and Wellness Center, the Downtown Eastside Neighborhood House. We've supported the deployment of hygiene services. We're supporting the relocation of the Dugout Drop-In Society, one of the key drop-ins in the Downtown East Side. We're activating the Balmoral redevelopment site for an interim community use, of course, the Economic Development Hub, and a number of other initiatives. So I think that, just to recap, our next steps will continue to advance the work directed in the motion and in the broader related strategies, and council can expect to see staff back to report on the work related to this motion in quarters 2 to 4 of this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation. Okay. Well, we have questions. Councillor Montague, you're up.
Oh. Sorry, I'm having screen issues here. Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of work in there. Do we have any idea of the number of organizations that are currently working in the downtown east side and what services they provide?
Thank you for the question. So there are hundreds of organizations of a wide variety of types, from nonprofits to faith-based organizations to businesses. So what we can share is how many organizations the city funds through our various granting programs, and it's over 100 for sure between arts and culture and social policy. But we can get you those numbers specifically.
Okay, so we have details, more details on what the city is doing.
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely.
Overall, it's a little more of a challenge.
Well, we would have to, for the downtown east side local area plan, a community asset map was created that looked at all of the different organizations that provide service in the different domains of work that support community wellness. We haven't gone back and done a community asset map for many years, so we would need to refresh that.
Okay, so if the city's supporting an organization or provides support for it, do we inform or provide that information to the province? And likewise, if the province is supporting an organization, are they providing us any details or information on that? Whether that's grants or funding or policies, nominal lease rates, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the question. Jody Sider-Jones, Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects. Yes, so generally speaking, we're in a partnership collaborative relationship. So for instance, with BC Housing, we are in joint funding relationships for a large number of our social serving programs so that we're recognizing where if their dollars are not able to reach it, then that's where we're looking at our grant dollars to ensure that there isn't overlap and there's the best use of funds.
Okay. Are there gaps and overlaps in services?
Regularly, that's a challenge. Certainly, as we look at city funding cycles and provincial funding cycles, often we're looking at, like during the year, recalibrating. Sometimes funds come available during the year, and so we're able to adjust. But it's an ongoing, like, it's truly iterative.
Okay. If, I'll leave it there for now. I might come back on. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. There's tons of information in there that's very useful. And I had a few questions. I noted discussion, I think it was the table of the privately owned versus publicly owned SROs. I had a couple clarifying questions around that. First one is, with SROs, are we also including some of the hotels that were purchased by the province during the pandemic as rapid deployment of new supportive housing? Is that considered an SRO unit, or is that different?
Hello, Celine Mobless, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. They're not SRA designated, but we do include them in the list of supportive housing, supportive SROs, yes.
Okay. So in terms of that, I noted with interest in the table that we talked about the privately owned SROs and the condition of them, saying some of them are in really poor condition, some of them are in good condition. And we all know the horror stories about, the privately owned SROs, the Sahotas, for example, some of the conditions that those buildings were in. I'm just wondering, is there a reason why we didn't mention the condition of the publicly owned SROs in supportive housing? Because from my experience, some of those are also in not great condition as well.
Yes, we do. They're publicly funded. They're supportive housing. They have additional supports for tenants, and they house tenants that are sometimes hard on housing, you might say. We have a really collaborative partnership between Fire, DBL, BC Housing to proactively address orders as they arise. So it's an ongoing, quicker to respond and address ongoing kind of building conditions. SROs are proactively inspected annually, and every time you go into an SRO, there's likely an order that gets, maybe there's something garbage in the hall or something hanging from a sprinkler. So, but with BC Housing, those issues are quickly addressed. So we've really developed a good partnership over the year.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. The cadence of those inspections, you says annually, is that done by development, building, and licensing, or is that the fire?
Property use inspectors.
Okay. So is that the same as the cadence of inspections of privately owned SROs?
Correct. All SROs are inspected.
Annually.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of that reporting out on that, is that public information, and can the public go and see that report, or how is that
yes.
compiled?
There is open data on the city's website. I think it's the Rental Property Standard Database, lists all open and closed violations within the last 12 months.
Okay.
We also have internally, we have a tactical team. So with Fire, DBL, the RTB, our staff at ACCS to look at kind of the top 10 buildings and what we're doing to address any outstanding issues.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. I'll definitely take a look in the open data. My other question was around the split under the Downtown East Side LAP. That came into effect in 2014, right?
Correct.
Okay. So under the 33% shelter rate and 33% hills definition that we have now that we're looking to possibly align with the province, how many projects have been built under that scheme since the LAP was implemented? Do you know?
The 60-40 and the DOD?
Well, the 60-40 was my next question, but first there was a mention about 33% shelter rate and 33% hills. I just want to get a sense of how well or not that's working, because it's been 11 years, so I'd love to just get a sense of the results.
Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy and Regulation. So Actually, since the adoption of the LAP, the development of social housing has actually been relatively successful. We had a target in the LAP of 1,400 units to be completed over the first 10 years of the plan. We've actually done over 1,600 units. So all of that has been, the majority of that has been supported through significant provincial funding. So that's been, we have seen a number of projects built under that definition today.
What about 60/40?
We've seen relatively few projects in the 60/40 area. We've seen, I think, 2 projects completed, but even both of those ended up being heavily supported by provincial investment rather than the sort of private nonprofit partnership that we were anticipating. So the 60/40, I would say, has been more challenging to deliver.
Okay, and that's been in place for 11 years.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to run out of time, but thanks for that information.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And like my colleague said, thank you very much for the comprehensive report and presentation. So some of my questions have been asked, so I appreciate that. I'll focus now on the regional share part of the presentation. And the question I have is around, first of all, just the data set that we're using in terms of numbers. When were those numbers last updated?
Are you meaning for the kind of the rough population projections?
No, I'm meaning the share of supportive and shelter bed.
Okay, yeah, so that's
beds that we have in the city of Vancouver compared to the rest
yeah.
So we're hearing this 77%, right, with 25% of the population.
It was the Metro Vancouver 2023. Yeah.
2023.
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple of years ago. So do we have any sense in terms of how these numbers have changed over the last 2 years?
We've made the request to BC Housing to get more recent information on shelter and supportive housing, but in Vancouver, based on our latest housing numbers, that our share has increased to 80% based on Q4 2024 stats.
Okay, but we don't have any idea how many units have increased.
We don't. We're waiting for that information from BC Housing.
Do we know when we might see it?
I don't have a date, but hopefully soon.
Okay. I note in an article, the Minister of Housing was quoted as saying that the number of supportive housing units in the city's report doesn't match with the province's numbers. So it seems relatively urgent with decisions that we have coming forward this week. So I just wonder if we can accelerate that in any way.
Yeah, the initial estimates we got were from the Metro Vancouver Housing Data Book, so that is public information. And as I mentioned, we've asked BC Housing for more recent numbers.
Okay, do we have any sense of, and I guess maybe if we're just having those conversations, that can be something that we take away in terms of what's in the pipeline? And what do those trend lines indicate in terms of other communities stepping up, increasing their supportive and shelter beds in their home communities? Can you just remind me, based on our previous homelessness count and to report back to council, and we've had quite a few over the years, what is that? What have we learned about people who fall into homelessness and where they're from?
Both the Vancouver count as well as the regional count and provincial counts, we do ask where someone became homeless, and the majority do fall into homelessness in their home communities. But I think one of the kind of key messages is if they don't have shelters or other support services in those communities, they may need to travel elsewhere like Vancouver to access some of those services. So we know that people have connections in their home communities, which is really, I think, the point we're trying to make is making sure that people are able to stay in their communities, they have families, they have the services that they're accessing, and all of those connections like that we all have to our communities.
Yeah, okay. I seem to remember the, I think it was around 6 months that people were living in the city of Vancouver house before they became homeless. That's very, very, that's pulling into the archives here of my memory bank from when it was reported once, because it was an interesting data point that I think we discussed at great length. So we have people falling into homelessness in this community that needs housing is, I think, an important piece. I'm going to move on from regional share because I think we're going to talk a lot about that this week. Just a thought on the Recovery Community Center motion that was brought forward in July 2022. in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health, is one of their targets or outcomes in terms of their continuum of care. Are we able to report back on any update related to that?
Yeah, our understanding is that they have identified and secured a location. So when we reach out to them to see if they can come and do an update on Road to Recovery as a provincial framework, hopefully that they can also provide an update to council on that space.
Okay. When was the last time we got a direct update from BC Housing on their efforts to deliver in the public housing, supportive social housing to council? I think like we hear from BC Assessment every single year. It's interesting information on this urgent and critical file. I just wonder when was the last time we heard from BC Housing directly?
We have not had a presentation from BC Housing to council on supportive housing or social housing delivery in my time here. So that would be at least 8 years.
I'm sorry,
I'll come back on.
we're
Thank
at
you.
time. Great, thank you. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to express my appreciation to the presentation, to the information, also the great works behind the presentation. So question here, so I'm very, curious about the projection, the methodology here. So have we considered the population increase when we do this projection?
No, that projection was based on the census. We're assuming you mean the rough population data, not the extension of the provincial housing targets. So that's using the census data because that's the last verified data set that we have. Certainly there are BC stat projections that we could use, but we did not use those because they're not verified data. And what we did not also include in that projection are increasing needs arising from the growth in asylum seekers in the region.
Okay, so potentially the need will be even higher in terms of the units.
Yeah, and it was purely based on the 2020 the homeless count, the 2023 homeless count.
Okay, and did we differentiate the high barrier or low barrier supportive housing unit in this projection?
So in the appendix, you'll see a little chart that identifies how staff identified supportive housing versus social housing needs. And so in that, it was just generally supportive housing. They didn't kind of go more, it was a very rough projection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, also, now we have this projection, so how do we communicate this projection to the province or to other municipalities? Can we receive their buy-in in terms of these numbers?
I think what we would seek to do is have a conversation with our provincial counterparts that provide this type of kind of rough population data, but talk about it within the context of their existing housing legislation. Because as we mentioned in the presentation, the housing the targets present a path forward for that type of regional approach. Dan, is there anything else that you'd like to add there? Is that okay? All right.
Yeah, so my question is, like, for instance, for City of Richmond, so the projections show that we need 235 units. They have, I think they only have 90 units or something, but you see the reason pushback from the community. So how do we convince them that they need to build this to achieve the target? I know it's a really difficult question, but is there any regional table we meet with this municipality on a regular basis? Because clearly Vancouver has demonstrated leadership.
Yeah.
But how do we show that to other municipalities, share our experience, share our learning?
Certainly, we can share this information through Metro Vancouver and the housing table at Metro Vancouver, and of course, any development of social and supportive housing will require provincial funding and investment in communities. But like Vancouver has brought forward land and capital and cash contributions to this type of development that will be needed across the region from other municipalities.
Yes.
I'm sorry, and maybe Dan, you'd like to add something.
Thanks, Councillor. The only thing I would add is I think one of the reasons for including an extrapolation of the provincial targets is that eventually all municipalities in the region will have a provincial housing target order that will include guidance on the need for supportive housing in those communities. And I think that's also an avenue and a mechanism through which we can sort of advocate for more a sort of regional share or regional approach to addressing our homelessness needs.
Thanks. Yeah. So because I'm really want to know now what, so what, right? So we have these numbers, but how do we that communicate with other municipality? And I just don't want the great work stay there, and we just need to communicate with others, and push that other municipality do the same thing. Okay. So other questions. Also, have we done any finance projection in terms of these units? How much money we need from the province?
We've not done that financial analysis. Yeah. It would be, there's a lot of variables that you would need to consider. I'm not sure if we can take that away and see if we can.
Sure, thanks. So about the current status, how many units we have in the Lower Mainland or in Metro Vancouver? Do we know? Supportive housing?
That information is provided in your Appendix B. Based on our most recent information from the Metro data book. We'll follow up offline with the reference.
And how many we have in Vancouver? Do we know that?
That's also. Yeah. What page? Sorry, Councillor, I should have had the report here.
1,400?
Yes, it's on page. It's on page 20.
And I'm
sorry, page 16 of the report.
And I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay.
Sir, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much. Thank you as well for the work and presentation. We've been having a lot of conversations around the potential regionalization of some of these services. Are there positive lessons that other municipalities in the region can take from the City of Vancouver's experience as sort of supportive housing, given that there is a kind of a level of fear factor there?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, we have an extensive stock of supportive housing, which is working extraordinarily well in communities and providing in neighborhoods across the city, providing much needed housing and supports to people. And so I think that we'd be willing to share our experiences with
that's good. Thank you very much. And just respecting the scale of the challenge, the Wally neighborhood in Surrey, probably about 7 or 8 years ago, went through a significant transformation. Are there lessons that we can draw from that example, and are there people we can work with to make that happen?
Thank you. Yes, they've had a number of significant encampments, and again, in partnership with BC Housing, rapidly deploying shelter spaces, temporary modular housing to respond to homelessness has been kind of a key takeaway to respond to those types of encampments. We do have ongoing conversations with staff about kind of a holistic approach to supporting people who are homeless, but also mitigating impacts on the public realm.
Okay, thanks very much. What non-legal incentives are being considered to encourage private SRO owners to participate in redevelopment?
Within the charter, we are not able to provide grants to private SRO owners, but we do provide grants to the SROC and other nonprofits to support tenants and work with owners in those buildings. And obviously, we work if there's a redevelopment option or there's a conversion that they want to do to create self-contained units. We provide flexibility under bylaws and help expedite approvals to support those changes.
Thanks very much. I want to shift to the topic of economic development in the region, and I don't think we have anybody from DBL from staff here, but with the number of retail spaces that are currently shuttered in the DEOD, are change of use requirements that respect life safety being considered to make the commercial space opportunities more economically viable for particular businesses or groups that might want to be able to run their operations in the downtown east side?
We have worked over the years with our chief building official to look at what type of measures might be considered differently to enable life-saving emergency services but not commercial retail.
Okay. It sounds to me that there might be some council initiative around that. What are the status of our discussions with the provincial government about addressing the needs of the downtown east side?
So the province passed the Downtown East Side Plan a number of years ago, or put forward their Downtown East Side Plan. It's primarily focused on housing and health. It doesn't extend into economic development or cultural development and other areas like that. So we are part of the conversation with the province and various ministries on the implementation of that plan operationally. And there are kind of staff level conversations around the downtown east side generally.
Thanks very much. The report makes mention of road to recovery, and then I know that all levels of government and parties are all discussing about expanding recovery services. Do we have data available to know what scale of services that we must target to help substance users wanting to use them?
Not here, but we can certainly ask VCH to include that as part of their presentation when we invite them.
Okay. And do we have any sense of what the uptake from land developers would be for new projects in the neighborhood, noting the risks might impact some of their financing opportunities? And it looks like I got about 20 seconds.
Okay, I'll be quick. We're working through that now, Councillor, we're doing financial testing and economic analysis of various options. So we'll be working through that. It certainly is challenging time in terms of development and the economics of development generally, and likely in this neighborhood even more so, but we are working through those numbers now, and that's what we'll come back to council with when the analysis is done.
Thank you very much. That's my time.
We're at time. Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I much appreciate it. I've got a number of questions, I think some I can go through quickly. Did I hear correctly? You said that Vancouver's share of supportive housing has increased from the 77 to 80% in the region overall in 2024?
Yes, based on Q4 2024 data.
Okay, so up 3% to 80. Okay, thanks. I want to talk a little bit about, I guess one thing that really stands out for me in here that seems to be a real gap is the focus on new versus replacement of sort of the decrepit and deplorable existing rooms. And there really isn't, I think, in the direction or in sort of this documentation, a focus on that. I know that in the past, council has talked about prioritizing working with the province to replace that. But how do we shift towards getting existing folks into better conditions as opposed to leaving them there? And notwithstanding the fact we have property use inspectors that go in annually, when it doesn't matter if it's the private ones or the public ones, I think we can agree we've got some pretty deplorable conditions.
Correct. I'm not sure if I understand your question. In terms of
where is the why are we not seeing? I want to talk about where's the gap, or why are we not seeing a focus in this report on replacing the existing deplorable, decrepit rooms?
Yes, that's certainly a priority. That is the policy priority, is to replace them with self-contained social housing, and we have seen projects do that. There's one currently under construction. So tenant relocation, replace it with self-contained units, and give tenants an option to move back into that housing. So replacement, full new, or through refurbishment to self-contained, which is also like a new unit.
Okay, so let's connect the dots then on some of what we've heard there, because I think, picking up on Councillor Meisner's questions, we heard if we're trying to go for that deeply affordable, the majority of those projects that are being built to deliver that affordable are requiring significant senior government investment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay, and without that. So I want to focus in on, this might be directing a bit more towards you, Sandra, on the land use piece and the Downtown East Side plan. I know that you said you're looking at coming back to council, and it seems that the existing Downtown East Side plan, with its restriction with respect to height and density, could actually be working against providing the economic viability to deliver some more affordable units, while also bringing, and Dan, this is a great one for you, also kind of bringing some renewal into the Downtown East Side, because it's pretty difficult to build and make these economics work right now. Do you want to comment on that?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. That's actually the work we're undertaking right now, is to look at exactly those things. What are the barriers to enabling more development of deeply affordable housing, including through essentially private investment, focusing on rental development. So you can see elements of the Downtown Eastside plan that make that challenging. The 60-40 split, strata, social and market rental, the definition of social housing, which is more restrictive than in other parts of the city and doesn't align necessarily with funding programs, and the height and density issues that we always explore when we look at how to enable more affordable housing through land use and housing policy in our plans. So those are exactly the things that we're looking at to see what can be enabled.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we need more market rate housing in conjunction with the below market in order to deliver some of these projects, because the current DEOD is pretty restrictive in terms of height and density. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, it's certainly we've relied on senior government programs entirely. There has not been much of a market mechanism that can be leveraged to allow or enable affordable housing to be built in the area. So that is what we're exploring now. Exactly.
Okay, and you mentioned that you're going out, I think, for consultation in Q2 2025. What does that
that's
timeline look like for completing that work and coming back to council on that?
We're targeting coming back to council later this year. I think the target date is November right now. Yeah.
Okay, November 2025. All right. And then I just want to get into another comment I heard in response to a question from another councillor. And I think the response from staff was people fall into homelessness in their own communities, but they have to travel because the services are not available in those home communities. Can we talk about the importance of connection and sort of being near family, social connection, people having those networks, and how important that is to their social ability to kind of move through these challenges?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the 2023 homeless count, 76% of respondents said that they were homeless in Vancouver, or were in Vancouver when they became homeless. Certainly, I think all of us have connection to family.
But over what period of time? Like they had been here 6 months or a year, but what was their home community of origin prior to the 6 months or the
I can get you that data. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay, I'd love that. Thanks.
Councillor Fry?
I have some questions right off the top. Can I move for a second round?
Great. All in favor, say aye.
Great.
Second round.
Thank you. So many questions. I'm going to try and focus this. I'm going to actually go with Dan first. Thanks, Sandra. So I just want to set some of the kind of conversation around the definitions of social housing. As you know, I've been long frustrated with how we define social housing, and I just want to walk through this for the benefit of everybody. So currently under the 60-40 model, we have 33% shelter, 33% hills. But and the future proposal is 50 or 20% shelter, 50% hills. But when we talk about social housing, technically that's really only 30% of the overall. So if we had to say 100 units in a building, 30% would be social housing?
Right. This is a difference between the Downtown Eastside plan and the citywide definition. The citywide definition is that 70% can be sort of low end of market, up to market rent, 30% is below the housing income limit. In the Downtown Eastside, the definition is fundamentally different. It requires, instead of 30% being at below the housing income limits, it requires 33% or 1/3 be renting essentially at the shelter component of income assistance. And then there's a target for another third to be at below the hills, and then the top third can be up to generally low end of market rents. So it is a different definition. So it is actually 2/3 of the building at a minimum would be deeply affordable in the Downtown Eastside.
So now under the 60-40 then, if you had a 100-unit building,
yeah,
how many units would be sheltered?
So you'd have 60% of the building. I'm doing this math off the top of my head, Councillor Fry, but no, so 60% of the building of the units would be social housing, nonprofit run. 40% could be private rental housing, right? So those 60 units.
So by my math, that'd be.
Then you're looking at
about 10 units.
Yeah.
9.9% of.
I think it would be 20 units. Of the 60 units, 1/3 of them would be 20 units would be at the shelter rate. Yeah.
Okay. So now, and I appreciate that a lot of the questions of like how much 60-40 has been built.
Yeah.
But from my recollection on the area plan work, part of the 60-40 wasn't just about delivering under that model. It was also about suppressing land value to the effect that it wouldn't necessarily be overly gentrified too quickly. And in speaking to many, reputable nonprofit housing providers, they've used that opportunity and are using that opportunity to buy land because it's technically undervalued because there is no market viability there. Was that part of the rationale behind the 60/40 as well?
I mean, certainly we were looking at the time at not, at managing the pace of change, right? And looking at how the pace of change is managed in that area. So not over incentivizing private development at the time. Certainly the outcome of that has been that land values have been suppressed, and there has been a significant amount of affordable housing built as a result with provincial funding. I think going forward, the question's going to be about the continuation of that level of funding. The situation has obviously changed in terms of what you see in the street and in terms of the quality of the stock, the urgency of the requirements around SRO replacement. So that's where in response to the motion, we're looking at ways to accelerate the rate of development. But certainly making sure the policies we bring in, assessing the impacts on things like land values will be a key part of the analysis for sure.
So, I mean, in theory, what we're talking about though is like higher densities, higher builds, less inclusionary zoning as we currently have it. Do we anticipate that that's going to raise the value of dirt in the DEOD?
I mean, yeah, that's what we'll have to look at and analyze very carefully. Generally speaking, if the land values stay suppressed, then they're based on the current uses. Development or redevelopment won't happen, right? So in order to enable redevelopment, there has to be some upside, right? And so that's what we'll have to look at, is making sure we've dialed that in correctly and really thought that through as we're doing the work.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. I'm going to shift back to Sandra, please. And so, I mean, a lot of conversation around the regional approach and stuff. How many SROs have there been in the region outside of, like, SROs are mostly concentrated in the city of Vancouver,
Yes.
right? So, okay. And what kind of sense do we have of the relative growth of shelter space and supportive housing throughout the region relative to sort of if we were to look at growth lines over the last 10, 20 years?
And I apologize, your time's up, but hold that thought for the second round, please. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Sandra and team. A few questions. I'm wanting to circle back. I believe it was asked in part the status of the supporting the Downtown East Side Provincial Partnership Plan. I don't see reference, and maybe I miss it, to the Downtown East Side in the mandate letters for the Ministry of Housing or for the Ministry of Health. I'm curious, where does that plan sit now? It was prior to the last provincial election, and what are we seeing in terms of further commitment around working collaboratively with the city?
Thanks for the question. So the Downtown East Side plan sits with the Ministry of Housing, although the ministry did engage partners from other ministries, health, SDPR, and so it is an interministerial plan, and so there is active work on delivering aspects of it, and we can certainly connect with our provincial partners and see if there could be an update to council on that.
I think that would be helpful because I'd also be curious to know if my understanding at the time that was struck, that there was an interministerial table dedicated to cutting across, sort of breaking down the silos across ministries and working with the city. But again, I haven't heard a lot in the last 2 years, so I'd be curious.
Yeah, we can certainly provide an update. I think that it is cross-ministerial. There are a few ministries we would hope moving forward could be engaged. For example, we'd like to be able to have conversations around low barrier employment and economic development. We'd like to have conversations around concepts like restorative justice and diversion out of the criminal justice system. So those are some of the other topics that we see as very integrated with the Downtown East Side.
That's great. I'm also curious, there was a time when last term we were having conversations with the province around a navigation center based on evidence-based research that had been done in the US and other jurisdictions around helping support triage individuals to the right type of provincial supports, recognizing that many people are not getting primary care, they don't have ID, they're not getting social assistance. And there was a commitment, and I haven't again heard if that was just simply abandoned or if they're looking at more smaller community hubs, but that was a conversation that was quite active around the fact that we had some gaps in service.
Yeah, that was a long-standing piece of work that we're working on. I think one of the biggest challenges has been to find an appropriate site. There has been a lot of work done with existing shelters and ensuring that that folks are supported to get connected to income and ID and those other supports. But yes, the Navigation Centre don't have any updates, unfortunately.
Okay. If we could pursue that or get an update, that'd be great. I'll segue to shelters because I had that on my list. We recognize shelters are temporary in nature. I don't see any indication of pausing or not having more shelters in the city, but one of the gaps seems to be daytime space for individuals. They can come, they can sleep overnight, but if they don't have supportive housing, they have nowhere to go during the day. And so I'm just curious if you could comment on any conversations provincially or otherwise around expanded daytime space for individuals who are in the city.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Daytime space is indeed, there's a dearth of it in the downtown east side, and so we do see the results of that in terms of people being forced to congregate on the sidewalks, and so it is, and we have lost a lot of drop-in spaces over recent years, as you know. It's a constant conversation that we raise with the province. We did, for example, deploy 320 Alexander when Evelyn Saller moved to its new location to provide a daytime space, the Downtown Eastside Wellness Hub that's funded by the province at the moment. And so where we can, we activate spaces. Margaret and Jody and the social policy team are activating the Balmoral site as an interim drop-in space. It's a plein air drop-in space, but still one nonetheless. So yeah, we are constantly looking for those types of opportunities and talking about the need for them with the province.
That's great, thank you. Maybe, I'm not sure, I can't see my time on, can I get?
You're at 4:25.
Okay. I'll come back on because I have more questions, but just flagging that I am interested in hearing in the next round more information about the status of funding commitments around the Balmoral and Regent. And I have further questions on SROs, but I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just following up on my previous questions as it relates to the previous homelessness count, 2023, we had this report. The data was provided to council that 78% of individuals were living in Vancouver when they became homeless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 22% of folks had reported that they were homeless when they came to Vancouver, and there's a range within that, right? You look at it as indicative, so that's just under 600 people.
Okay, and then the majority, 62% of people have lived in Vancouver for over 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to thread that with some of the more, maybe let's just call it anecdotal commentary that's happening when it comes to this whole idea that because people can't find services in their communities, which we know is a national challenge, right? Rural communities don't have as much funding coming to them from senior levels of government as urban centers. I mean, how many hospitals do we have compared to, Delta, who doesn't even have an open emergency room right now, right? I probably have 6 at least, minimum. So I guess I'm just trying to square that data with the tone of some of the responses to, and I'm not questioning, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking to data versus sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the homeless count is a point-in-time count, and population migration is very dynamic. And so what I would interpret for the 22% is that it is indicative of a moment in time, and population varies. So we know, for example, when we were working in encampments, that when we talk to folks in encampments, that they're from a number of places, even toward the end of Crab Park. The majority of folks we were working with were not from Vancouver and came here looking for housing and supports. And so and we see that in other encampments. I think there's also some research around this as well that we can send to council.
I have other questions, and we don't, thankfully we're not in a state of dealing with an encampment right now. So I think we're trying to square what we actually have going on with some of this direction. I'm going to move to the economic development strategy. Can you just share more about this CED strategy planned for 2027? What does that look like exactly? Does the work start in 2027? Do we get a report back in 2027?
Thanks for the question. So is the question about the status of the strategy, or is the question about the CED hub specifically?
What was noted in the presentation is the CED strategy is planned for 2027.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So the CED strategy is currently underway. We do anticipate bringing an update back to council because there have been a number of, as you can see in the report, a number of concurrent strategies. One of the flagship pieces of it is, of course, the CED hub, which would be realized around that time.
Okay, do we have a sense of feedback? And there's a couple of things around the empty retail spaces in the downtown east side, specifically the opportunity there, and also the overrepresentation of health services and social enterprises as opposed to economic development, which we know is critical when folks are dealing with poverty. The best thing to help in a situation like that is a job, right? Some option to earn money. So I've been hearing about overrepresentation of health services in the downtown east side, and people are concerned that we're going to move further into that direction and lose the opportunity for meaningful economic development. Just want to make sure we're capturing that before we wait a couple of years for the strategy to sort of meaningfully get going.
That's good feedback to hear, and certainly I think that we can, as we work with community partners, and that type of input can come through those conversations and inform the work as well.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I have a procedural question. I just want to check with the chair if, because this report is received for information, in order to make any closing comments, we would need to move for a third round to allow that time if we're out of time.
Sir Clerk, is that correct? Yeah, that is
Can I
correct.
move for a third round of questions, please?
All those in favor? Okay, passes.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Sandra. So just sort of just reiterate through these numbers, but I was looking at some of the past homeless counts, and it's an interesting trajectory. We had 2,223 homeless in 2019. 80% identified they were from Vancouver. In 2020, presumably over COVID, that dropped to just about under 2,100. Then it went back up to 2,420 in 2023, and now you're presenting numbers of 2,850 homeless people in the city of Vancouver. So we're seeing
That the projections that staff put included the number for the undercount, because the homeless count is always projected to be an undercount. So they factored that in the numbers. Yeah, there was a lot. COVID shut down a lot of movement for people, right? So yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that was a high in the COVID year. That was a high of 84% of folks who were Vancouverites who.
Yeah, I think I think it's like absolutely 100%. The majority of people in Vancouver fall into homelessness in Vancouver. We have SROs, right, that we lose rooms and they fall, like there's downward pressure on the stock. So absolutely. I think one of the challenges we face in terms of deploying services is that even 22% is just under 600 people. And when we're working in increments of 20 shelter beds here, 30 shelter beds there, not enough drop-in spaces, the impact is not insignificant.
Yeah, and I totally appreciate the context around regional inequity and growth patterns have been different. And I think Councillor Bly illustrated some of the kind of distinctions around our city. But we know that Vancouver's got a poverty problem, and it's not just concentrated in the downtown east side. So I'm curious, because a lot of this conversation has been about the regional disparities, but we haven't really talked about, because we're councillors here in the city of Vancouver, not Port Coquitlam or Surrey or whatever. So what are the discrepancies, and how does this strategy spread supports around our city? Like, so where we see the need for, because I live in the downtown east side, and I'm constantly meeting people who are forced into the downtown east side because there is no supportive housing, there is no shelter outside the downtown east side. And
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dan, I don't know if you want to speak to do you want to speak to that?
Thanks, Councillor. Just some of the data the team pulled together. We see that about 84% of the supportive housing within the city of Vancouver is within our metro core boundary. So not just in the downtown east side, but within the metro core, sort of north of 16th, west of Clark, east of Burrard. So downtown core and downtown east side, so very significantly concentrated in the downtown core. One of the things I would say is part of the work we're doing right now, this is the work we're looking at in response to the uplifting the downtown east side motion, but we also are looking at doing a lot of work related to other motions council's moved, particularly around, for example, enabling social housing through a pre-zoned approach without requiring site-specific rezonings citywide. So as part of this work, we are going to be looking at how we can, within the city of Vancouver, outside of the downtown east side, provide more of the types of housing that are needed in neighborhoods across the city.
Okay, thank you for articulating that. My other question for you is around the social impact assessment piece. Now, as you mentioned, with the last social impact assessment was 2014. I mean, since that time, we declared a public health emergency with the overdose crisis in 2016. We've had COVID-19, obviously, and now like pretty intense levels of gentrification. So those are all very specifically concentrated on this area in the downtown east side. And so I appreciate where you're suggesting that the Healthy Cities strategy refresh could capture. Are we confident that they will capture the very unique circumstances of like this neighborhood that is seeing three very distinct pressures exclusively almost?
Thanks for the question. The refresh of the Healthy City strategy, in particular looking at the indicators that would be associated with the 12 Sustainable Development Goals, have the ability to drill down by neighborhood-based data, because that is the level of collection of data that we do have. So then we would have the ability, this is what we anticipate with bringing back with the refresh, to be able to have localized indicators that we would then be able to monitor.
So, I mean, because this is a very distinct from every other neighborhood in the city, really, and I would hate to think that it was somehow, not sanitized isn't the word, but averaged out over the, relative to the rest of the city and not recognizing the very unique circumstances that we have in the downtown east side.
Yeah, this is one of the areas that we've flagged as a priority, and that's what we're trying to determine as we're developing. It's kind of a linear progress where you take the sustainable development goal, you take the outcomes desired and the indicators, and so it's at that indicators level that we need to be assured that we have the localized data to be able to report on this. So this is one of the things we're trying to work through right now.
And we're at time for the second round.
Thank you.
Well, actually well over, so thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to pick up where I left off around the SROs and just, taking a look here at Minister of Housing's estimates note from last year, where it commits that the province is working with the city proactively on a strategy, particularly around the Balmoral and Regent, but broadly around SROs and restoration. This is a working group's efforts will result in an investment strategy and culminate in federal and provincial budget requests for budget 2025. Can we get an update on specifically the Balmoral and Regent, given that expropriation dates back to I think 2019, but also the further work around the SRO strategy?
Yeah, sure. I'm Monica Church, Senior Planner with Housing and Homelessness Services. Yes, so as far as the SRO investment strategy, we are continuing to meet. Obviously, some of the timing was a little bit complicated with the election, but we are now regrouping with BC Housing and the Ministry as well as the feds. And so kind of our main focus areas are around redevelopment of government-owned SROs, but also trying to see if we can get some investments for that interim stabilization. So we'll be coming back to council later in the summer with some of the updates around that strategy. As far as the Regent and the Balmoral, so as you know, the Balmoral has been demolished and there'll be an interim use there. And on the Regent, BC Housing is working through the design phase. We have the lease terms agreed on for the Regent. And so BC Housing is progressing with the design. That'll be a conversion to self-contained units, so it's not a redevelopment. The Balmoral will be a redevelopment with the adjacent sites, and our BC Housing, together with our non-market housing development, is working through the designs for that project. And the lease terms with BC Housing.
So just with respect to the Regent then, in terms of lease terms being developed and conversion, what's our time frame from that we anticipate that would be reopened with fully converted units?
Because BC Housing is leading that project, I think it's kind of contingent on them to be able to say a realistic timeline, but I would imagine in the next couple of years.
Okay, so maybe 2027, 2028, and we expropriated in 2019, correct?
Yes, correct.
My other question is with respect to, I think Councillor Meisner asked the question around the building monitoring, particularly around SROs, but other housing. I recently had a meeting with our chief building officer. I think you referenced it once a year, the sort of inspections. Is there an opportunity or a way to more proactively monitor and look at some of these buildings, particularly because we're talking at sort of the most basic level, the conditions are deplorable. And so when we talk about wellness in the physical context, is there a way to more proactively go in and deal with these units and or these buildings? Because there are infractions and there are service providers going in, whether they be part of healthcare, pharmacists and others, and they're seeing this, but it seems that probably once a year isn't sufficient, and also enforcement. So could you comment on that?
Yes, the proactive enforcement is done annually, but I know, for example, when we had that cold snap a couple of years ago, our property use inspectors are also going in the fall proactively to ensure that the heating systems and everything is functional, so they're not in an emergency when the cold weather hits. And again, when an inspection is done, you go there, a number of orders, there are always follow-up visits to ensure that the orders are complied with. So it's an ongoing, process. And again, if there's a problematic building, they're going to get more frequent visits.
Thank you. Thanks for answering all the questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It was mentioned that the provincial minister was saying that there's a mismatch of numbers between provinces' numbers and the city numbers. And I think there's actually a larger mismatch more broadly between the city and province, and it's unclear, what's happening around, happening on the ground around supports and services. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to move that council receive the updates in this report for information, and then I have some additional language for an amendment that I've circulated a little while ago. So I don't know if we need to go to amendment queue or.
So do we go to an amendment queue or? Okay, sorry, can we just pause the timer for 1 sec? All right, thank you very much. And so it looks like the best course of action is Councillor Montague, if we can put you at the end of the queue, we'll let Councillor Bly and Dominato finish with any questions and comments they have, and then you can put your motion on the floor. All right. So with that, I want to advance and Councillor Bly, you just came off the queue there.
I don't have any further questions. I'm prepared to speak to the report and the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Bly, you're up.
Thanks very much. And I just, I really just want to take a moment to thank staff for what has been noted as a very comprehensive report back. And also to recognize that many pieces of this work is ongoing and has been ongoing, and it's bringing together the work of staff to reflect the opportunity that we have to really make meaningful change in the downtown east side. So again, very grateful for the report back and that tireless work. And also to acknowledge that there are some pieces of the motion, the initial motion, that have been completed. And one of them is the needs assessment around the supportive and social housing, which was part of the 94-point plan that ABC ran on in 2022. So that's a very important piece. So just appreciating that that has been completed. But to be candid, I am disappointed and concerned that we're 18 months since this motion was passed. And again, it's not to staff. I mean, I really do appreciate the work. And this work takes political will. And so that's really the position that, or the interest that I have coming into the conversation today. Of course, there are going to be pieces of this work that will be reported back to council where the public will be able to engage, will be able to speak to those components, and that will be very important parts of this work as well. But I really do see it as 18 months where we could have been working to really make meaningful change and advancement in some of these pieces of work. And really being able to focus on those real priorities of those folks across our entire city. So I want to be really clear that this plan was developed in collaboration with community. And while there's enormous amounts of engagement that have to be completed, particularly around the zoning and the DEOD, to make sure that we're hearing all those voices, this plan was developed in collaboration with community of all different housing, healthcare, economic development, people that brought their voices to the council chambers. It was supported unanimously by this council. It was supported unanimously by the speakers that signed up to speak to this plan. It was reported on, not my words, but reported on from the public as potentially transformational in terms of the work, should it all become realized in a way that was coordinated and expedited. And I think that's the piece, is that there's an urgency here to move on this work. And so I think at this point, I'm very happy to accept this report for information. I think that we agree, the status quo isn't working in the community. But we have to be really clear that we can't just sort of move different pieces of policy that are going to try and move people out of the neighborhood. We need to invest in the neighborhood. Anything else really just doesn't make any sense. So this plan looked at how to lift this neighborhood up and how to make it a vital part of the city's future. Every major city across this country has low-income neighborhoods. And don't get me wrong on this piece, we all know, and I know, that the downtown east side has its very unique challenges. But I've also seen how neighborhoods can be transformed and can be lifted up and can become a reflection of the city's heart and soul. And that's what I believe is possible here. I have met with folks throughout this neighborhood for years, and they know what we need to do. We just need to simply listen to them and commit to take action. And that means both at the municipal, but also the provincial and the federal level. But what I've learned through this process is that as municipal elected officials who know our city best, the province and the federal government are relying on us to help them see what it is that needs to happen here in the city in order to make really meaningful change. And I think that what we've seen over a long time is through cycles of elections and different administrations is a politicking with this community. And I think it has to stop now. So I look forward to the continued work here. And I very much appreciate staff's dedication to working on the issues of the downtown east side and uplifting this community so that one day in the future it can be a place where people can thrive, they can live, they can work, they can get a job, And they can also be a proud part of a low-income neighborhood in our city that has been around since the beginning of our city and is recognized for its inherent value in being just that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. As I mentioned, I wanted to move that council receive the updates in this report for information, and I have some additional language that I.
Right. All in favor?
I'll have to speak to it, I guess, first. So we'll do an amendment queue, or?
Yep, sorry. There we go. Sorry? We're in the main motion. All right, so we're actually, this could be the main motion, so please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying the report mentions a lot of aspects around housing and homelessness. There's a lot of discussion around that today, but it also mentions addiction and poverty and employment, mental health and land use, procurement, a variety of supports and services. The community economic hub is interesting, social infrastructure, delivery and activation. But I also noted that things like aligning the city and provincial definitions and funding program requirements and regional approaches to not only just housing, but mental health and substance use. There's a lot of talk in the report about engaging with senior levels of government and how upstream planning and programs will be key to shifting towards a more balanced, responsive, and sustainable system. So I don't think there's any argument that there's a ton of work happening in the downtown east side, not just by the city, but by other levels of government and nonprofits and NGOs and community groups. But I think it's critical that we understand whether or not dollars are being spent optimally. We know there are organizations that are providing the vital programs and services and doing some really great work. But we also need to be clear that we know there is some programming that is not as effective. We're making investments with public money, and let's make sure those investments are being done intelligently and wisely. So I think a missing piece, and hence the reason for this motion is, I think there's a missing piece, and that it's important to for the province and the city to be coordinating and sharing information. The city and the province both want to help improve the conditions in the downtown east side and the lives of folks who call it home. And for lack of a better analogy, I think we need to be sharing notes and playbooks on this. What work is going on? Who's doing that work? What have the outcomes been? What funding's being provided? What are the and I think the biggest part is, what are the overlaps? What are the gaps? And what are the services that are needed? Information is super important. This amendment, I hope people will support. It simply asks for the province and city to coordinate with each other to gather that comprehensive understanding of service provisions and service delivery and outcomes. So I'm hoping that people will see that this is just an information gathering to make sure that the province and the city understand where the investments are going and how they're working.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick point of parliamentary procedure through the clerks, just to confirm that I can speak to the amendment here, and then when we go back to the main item, during the third round, I can make comments to the overall report, or can you just confirm what my time is? Yeah, okay, perfect. And okay, thank you. Yeah, so a couple of reflections. I appreciate I think the intent of the amendment here around trying to gather more information, but when I read it, what I see is more of a financial exercise and audit. And it focuses in on NGOs and nonprofits, when in fact, what I think would be more helpful to the downtown east side, from conversations I've had and research, is really a service mapping that would be undertaken. And I asked earlier about the role of the province, and you know, Councillor Blythe spoke to the issue of political will and the fact that you know, we have a role to play at the city level to inform dialogue with the provincial and federal governments. But I would ask again, though, where is the province and where is the federal government in these issues? I think as a city, I think we are left hanging. And I think that what I hear from residents and from organizations in the downtown east side is not needing an accounting of the funding, but actually service mapping to identify the gaps in services. And, you know, to the credit of the Vancouver Sun, in 2014, they did a financial estimation. They identified 260 agencies and housing sites operating in the downtown east side to the tune of $360 million. I recognize that's 10 years ago, but from my perspective, what we need is a more thoughtful, strategic approach to looking at the services needed, the gaps in service, and really how are we connecting people to the different agencies. That's why I was interested at the time around the Navigation Center. I've spoken to agencies who don't know about or have had no contact with the new de-escalation teams in the Vancouver Coastal Health Services. And if we're going to take a closer look at NGOs, why are we not looking more closely at the provincial and federal services that are offered there or not offered? And again, one of the biggest gaps we talk about housing is healthcare. Healthcare. People are not getting primary care. And so from that perspective, I'm not prepared to support the amendment today. I'm happy to receive the report and to move separation. And, you know, just reflecting back that last term, former Councillor Weeb and I brought a motion where it was to really collaborate with community service agencies to review the services and to create a coordinated service delivery framework. But again, not one that we would administer, because most of the services and responsibility is provincial and federal in nature. And in fact, we know from the closure of Riverview, there was fewer people in Riverview because they were in regional health services, but there was a promise of more regional service and community-based supports for people, and that didn't materialize. So I really think that there needs to be more onus on our provincial counterparts and federal counterparts to engage with us and to really look at their service mapping of what they offer or don't offer and where the gaps lie. And for those reasons, I won't be supporting the amendment. But happy to receive it. I move separation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I appreciate the intent of this amendment generally. I also appreciate Councillor Dominato's articulation of why this doesn't quite meet that kind of comprehensive understanding threshold. And I think that this generally as a work plan is something that we should, and I hope that we will see in the updates to the upzoning, or sorry, uplifting the downtown east side. I do think that there is there's too much overlap here, and I think also the fact that we're not doing a full audit of indeed our own city services that we resource into the downtown east side, which would also, I think, contribute a significant amount to this conversation. I do think that that's a worthwhile look at, but I don't think that this amendment in and of itself really captures it. I don't think it will deliver the sort of comprehensive piece. And I even think about some of the nonprofits that are operating currently in the downtown east side, like the YWCA, which have operations throughout the city. Are we going to be now asking them to separate out and audit their own internal operations to figure out which goes to the downtown east side, which does not? There's a lot of overlap with food security and all sorts of things that we look at in a broader sense. So I don't know that this amendment, well intentioned as it is to get a good look, will actually deliver the kind of look that we need. So I appreciate the opportunity to sever that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Personally, I would value receiving that information. We already have a good sense of the city's funding in the neighborhood and the organizations that it goes to, and I think it would be valuable to receive more comprehensive information on the funding allocated from other levels of government, provincial and federal, because I think that'll help us really get a more complete picture of the supports that are being provided in the neighborhood and their effectiveness. and how the city, province, and federal government can work in partnership to continue to improve the life of people in the neighborhood. And that's really the goal here. I do believe that there is a lack of coordination amongst the multiple levels of government that are funding services in the neighborhood. And that's part of the reason why we continue to see challenges in the neighborhood. I mean, we are putting, as a federal government, provincial government, and a civic government, probably an unprecedented amount of money into the downtown east side with good intentions to improve people's lives in the neighborhood and get them into a better place. And the situation continues to get worse and worse. So to sit here and say that we don't want this information or getting this information isn't going to contribute to the bigger picture, I don't agree with that. I think we need this information, and I think it's part of our due diligence in terms of the public money that we are spending to help improve people's lives in the downtown east side. I just don't understand why we wouldn't want a coordinated report with information of funding from all levels of government to ensure that we're really making the difference in the neighborhood that we're here to make and to help improve people's lives. So I will support the amendment from Councillor Montague, and I'd encourage my colleagues to do the same. I think information is power, and it's going to help us achieve better outcomes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting discussion, and I think that we've heard before people who have sort of speculated on the services in the downtown east side that are accessing these funds as if there's millions and millions and millions of dollars extra to go around. The community coordinates themselves around a roundtable of 45 organizations because they have to, out of necessity, to make sure that everybody knows what services each other are providing so that there isn't overlap, so that they can make the best use out of the limited resources that they get. That's the thing here that I find quite fascinating. And just from my perspective, just shows that there's more education needed of folks around this council chamber about what's really going on in the downtown east side. And I hope people lean into those opportunities, because I know that the extended offer to come and better understand what's going on has been made many, many times. So money is a tool to help meet people where they're at. The services are not the problem. Homelessness is. Poverty is. Having no food is. Untreated health conditions is. And the idea that people of any political power are suggesting that the problem is housing and for folks who would otherwise be homeless, or is services that are making sure that people get a meal, should really think twice about why they're in this chamber. So I will not support this. It is a colossal waste of time, where our own city staff have been scrambling to try and pull together even the report today in 18 months because they have so much on their plates. The province is in a similar situation, managing very complex issues. Nothing will come from this. So what if we learn that an organization gets a certain amount of money for food programs and then from the city and gets a different amount of money for rent subsidies from the same service? So what? What are we going to do with that information then? So I'm just really wanting to take a moment to debunk the myths and the blaming that's happening around the very service providers, that these people would not survive another day in the downtown east side without them. So unless the city wants to step in and start providing all of those services, I think we need to check ourselves what's actually behind this amendment right now and take a step back. So absolutely not supporting this. There's no merit to the work. There's no merit to the claims that are couched in political speeches and all the other things that we hear about. There's no merit to this at all, and it's a waste of time. And anyone that is going to support this, I sure hope that you'll support tomorrow asking BC Housing to come and talk to us about supportive housing units. Because if you want to audit these services and you're not even willing to hear about the actual challenge, which is our housing availability in our city, this is politically motivated. There's no other question about it. So I'll leave that there. Thanks.
I need to see the chair. Great, thank you very much. Okay, maybe we'll get back on track here and look at the actual words of the motion here. I think it's important, I think transparency is incredibly important. This is something that shouldn't be feared. We talk about transparency all the time, and if we support transparency, I think we support it everywhere, or you just can't pick and choose. Let's call it what it is. There are a lot of people that need help, and I thank God every day that we live in a very compassionate city. And Vancouver has stepped up time and time again to show that we, we are compassionate. We go out of our way. We actually bear the burden more than any other municipality in the region. And we have limited resources. And so, when you combine the two, when you combine the fact that there are a lot of people that need help and we have limited resources, I would actually be very interested to see where those resources go, to make sure that they are effectively utilized to deliver the help that people need. I just think it just makes a lot of sense. And I respect where the councillors, all the councillors are coming in on this issue. Obviously, there's a lot of passion here. There's just a different, we may, or there might be agreement or disagreement as to how we do things. But I know the spirit of intent is one where we're looking after and we're taking care of people, the most vulnerable residents in this city. And there's a saying, perfect is the enemy of good. In a perfect world, we'll be able to do a really deep dive looking at everything and, look at the 16,000 moving parts in something, but then nothing ever happens. When I look at this motion, it's pretty good. It says work together with the province. I don't know. I think residents of Vancouver would love to have, make sure that the individuals in this chamber are willing to work with the province to understand what's really going on with the limited funds that we have. And this will be directed to improving the lives of those in need. So I actually think this is a great motion. I think it will daylight a lot of things, good or bad. It may daylight the fact that we don't have enough resources going to these organizations. We don't know until we look at it. And so I will 100% support this motion. I think it's a great piece of policy, and it will inevitably make the lives better for individuals that are the most vulnerable residents in our city. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Councillor, looking at the clock, we have 5 minutes. So does someone want to give a Councillor, I've lost my train of thought. Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. Councillor Meisner, thank you very much. Okay, we'll extend to finish the business of this this item. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. We should never, ever be afraid of getting information. Information drives good objective planning and analysis. And so I'm just going to put aside the political rhetoric and the sort of aspersions that are being cast by some previous comments and just suggest that, to me, this does suggest coordination. And I think what is really important is that when you have a neighborhood that is in such distress and such a sort of fundamentally acute crises, you want to figure out who's doing it best. What are the great outcomes that we are seeing? Can we do more of that and lift up some of those successes and strategies? Are there gaps in terms of coordination between the different parties and partners? And this references the city, the province, and the nonprofits. And I think that that is really good information to get back. I think a lot of us have are often down in the downtown east side. We see it not continuing to get better. So if there are some folks that are really having those successes, I think we want to model those and try to lift them up and bring those sorts of successes forward and amplify and build on them. So that's what I see this saying, which is let's get information. If we as a council start to shut down the abilities to get that information in this way, and bring it back to help inform our strategies, then I do think that I will agree with one of the earlier comments, and that to me would be the tragedy, be a sad day. And so we should leave no stone unturned in terms of celebrating what is being done well and trying to align resources behind and put some wind beneath those wings, and figuring out what the gaps are in terms of that coordination. So I do appreciate where it's coming from. I appreciate that it's naming two of the biggest goals I think we have in our city, which is to help people get on pathways to recovery and to support mental health challenges, which are becoming increasingly prevalent and exacerbated and recurring after, as we see more and more toxic drugs that is leaving people with more residual challenges and issues, such as brain damage and other mental health issues. So we have to continue to adapt. We have to continue to pivot. So let's see how that's happening, and let's see how we can better coordinate and better drive some of those pieces forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Again, very brief remarks in here. I will be supporting this amendment. I think we need a comprehensive inventory of service providers and their funding sources, and to better coordinate efforts, reduce duplication, and most importantly, identify gaps in service delivery. Understanding where the funding is going and how programs align with recovery and mental health goals ensures that resources are targeted towards initiatives that will have the greatest impact. And I think with a clearer picture of the service landscape, council can make more strategic funding decisions and advocate more effectively for provincial and federal support where gaps exist. And truthfully, the most important part of this amendment, to my view, is the fact that we will be working closely in partnership with the province. It will draw the province more into this important discussion that we're having here today, rather than being adjacent to it. It would be an actual collaboration with our staff here at the city, and it'll actually help to reinforce the need for a regional approach to homelessness, mental health, and substance use treatment, all of which we realize are in much needed greater supplies than they are currently. So let's have a look at the numbers. Let's look at the organizations. I don't think anybody would say that what's happening right now is terribly strategic. This would allow us to be more strategic in our approach and trying to uplift the lives of this community and the people living in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to come back on and just reiterate my appreciation, but my concern with why this isn't really well formed as an amendment and direction. So the literal direction here is that staff compile a comprehensive list of nonprofits and NGOs and the total funding allocated from all sources. It doesn't get into KPIs. It doesn't get into service delivery. It doesn't get into any performance metrics at all. Basically, we'll just have a list of names and a list of dollar amounts next to it. And I don't think that is meeting the stated goal of gaining a comprehensive understanding of service provision and service delivery outcomes. Names and numbers don't make that goal, or names and dollar bills, sorry, don't achieve that goal. And I think that's where I can appreciate where the interest in getting a comprehensive look, but this is not the tool to do it. If we want to do a comprehensive look, I really think that that's a laudable goal and something that could be maybe better articulated in real direction to staff. This is not that, so I won't be supporting it, but I appreciate the general interest in having a comprehensive overview, and I think that that's not going to get captured here.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I think Councillor Dominello, in an earlier comment, you said you wanted to sever. Great, thank you. So we will sever. So if we can first vote on the receipt of the report. So the first, yes.
Pass the first, then there's no opportunity to speak to it. Is that right? We're not getting, I'm hearing two different, yeah. So there won't be a chance to talk to it after. Yeah, I just want to be very clear about that. Great, because I think there was an incorrect direction earlier. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. So what we'll do is, thank you very much. We will put the receipt of information to a vote first. Is that correct? Like, or do we have to put the second one first? Nope. Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. Councillor Clausen. Oh, great. Thank you. And the receipt of information passes. So we will put Councillor Montague's motion to a vote as well now. Okay, and that passes with Councillors Dominato, Bly, and Fry in opposition. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought the severed. So we're on the further. Yeah. Whoop. Sorry. There you go. Sorry, I jumped the queue a little bit. So that passes with Councillors Dominato, Bly, and Fry in opposition. Okay, so that completes report number 1. And so now we will break for lunch and return at 3 o'clock for the rest of council business.
Welcome to TELUS Conference.
Hey, Olivia, can you hear me?
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your...
Hi, Carrie, can you hear me? I can hear you great. Can you hear me? Yep, perfect. Thanks. Thank you.
Mic on. Why am I? Okay, welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda is report number 2, report back Gastown Water Street pedestrian zone pilot update. Now, before we begin the agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody have a conflict to disclose? All right, seeing none, there is a team member presentation, and so our team members are here to present.
There we go. Are we good? Great. Hi, I'm Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. I'll be doing an update today on Gastown. Paul Storr, the Director of Transportation, and I will be going through the presentation today. The purpose of our report is to bring forward 2 options for Council's consideration for this summer. We'll go through the context and background, the 2 options in detail, and then a summary and conclusion for Council's consideration. Looking at the context and background, in this current capital plan, there is a Gastown program of work that includes near-term investments, including ongoing sidewalk repairs, upcoming work for Trounce Alley, as well as the brick repair or the paver repair that we completed last summer in Maple Tree Square. And looking ahead, we do have the summer pilot last summer and pending council direction a potential pilot this year, as well as the ongoing work within the Gastown Public Spaces Plan that will help guide the infrastructure investments in the future. Last fall, staff presented the learnings from the 2024 pedestrian zone pilot, and at that council meeting, council directed staff to proceed with or to report back on an interim 2-way Cordova from Richards to Gore, and confirming the ability to deliver that in time for this summer. Looking at options for a water street that's multimodal and local level access, including walking and cycling connections, a weekend-only summer pedestrian zone, and to continue the investment in Gastown, including flexible design for Water Street and Maple Tree Square. The work since that October date has included technical scoping for the 2-way traffic on Cordova. We've been collaborating tightly with the Gastown BIA to understand their priorities for this summer and looking closely at the resourcing and timelines associated with that work. So I wanted to highlight what we've heard over the last few months from the BIA, but I do recognize that there's diverse perspectives within the business district as a whole. For them, the infrastructure investment continues to be the #1 priority. Pedestrian zone weekends are considered to be challenging for businesses and will be resource intensive for programming. There is an interest in testing an enhanced public realm experience with through vehicle traffic on Water Street, and there is interest in a 2-way Cordova if done well. So today we'll be presenting 2 options. We'll be going through these in detail. The first option, option A, is to proceed with the 2025 pilot from June to September, including targeted public realm improvements on Water Street, pedestrian zones, which will be seeking direction from council on the number of those, and a 2-way Cordova from Richards to Gore. As a part of option A, we would continue to advance the public space plan and continue with the near-term investments. Option B is to focus the resources on the accelerating a public realm design for Water Street and Maple Tree Square and to trial a full 2-way Cordova from the Powell Street overpass to Richards in 2026. And with that, in this summer, we would continue to support the public realm through existing programs and continue with the near-term investments. We'll go through both of these options in detail. Looking at option A for a summer pilot, there'll be 3 key moves within this. 1, looking at the Water Street experience itself. Number 2, looking at the pedestrian zones. And then Paul will go through details on the 2-way Cordova. Looking at the Water Street experience. Our objectives of this would be to test a targeted public realm improvement while maintaining through vehicle traffic. And that would be a different thing for us to be piloting and learning from compared to last year's pilot. We'll continue to support businesses with spaces for patios, programming, and different ways of loading and pickup to be really site-specific and in the correct locations. We'll work to create a draw past Steam Clock. And this past year, our pilot ended on the east side of Maple Tree Square, and we would be extending the pilot to Columbia. A few considerations for council is that the 100 block we learned last year was a bit less, it was less activated than other areas. We'll also have construction at 131 Water Street this year to consider. There's a natural limitation of tactical interventions and for people to see the benefit and experience the space in a new way with that. We also want to look closely at the public life experience with through vehicle traffic, and we would look closely at how we could have a Water Street connection for cycling. Looking at a layout, what we're talking about is on placemaking and gateway nodes on the east and west side. That would allow us to have built form and some vertical pieces to really demarc and create an entry, a sense of entry into Gastown. Looking at the 100 block, we would find ways to activate that and draw people past the steam clock, and then creating a bit of really a node of activity in Maple Tree Square. Along the bottom is images of what we did last summer, and we would continue those, which would be to have visibility from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, as well as varying business supports. Looking at the tools, the business tools that we would offer, we do have a report after this that would where council will consider waiving the fees for the patios this year, for this summer, I mean. We would continue with the added seats, the temporary licensing, and the process that we would continue with includes staff having direct outreach to businesses, the streamlined permitting process, and the city providing drawings. Within the open streets permit, one thing we would do different this year is in the merchandise displays, offering a point of sale at the actual merchandise display rather than a shopper having to go into the brick and mortar. Continue to offer more flexibility and no fees, and continue with live music for patios, the shared market stalls, and programming. For pedestrian zones. An objective for the pedestrian zones would be to test the level of activation that's needed for Water Street to be a vibrant pedestrian area. And this year we would be able to test what an intermittent pedestrian zone looks like and feels like, as well as the ease for the setup and takedown of the traffic management. A few considerations to share is the level of potential business concerns around this, the BIA's capacity to program, the cost of programming as a whole, depending on the number of days that we proceed with, the marketing and legibility of the days that we do, and of course looking for council direction on the number of days for the pedestrian zones. The level of programming can vary. From the left, it's really light level of programming, and this basically is where it's just a busy weekend. People are out using the streets and visiting businesses and just really kind of enjoying the street. We did see a number of those busy weekends last summer, and there's no additional programming, so there's no additional cost to the city. You can look in the middle, which is the medium level of programming, and that's where the city uses our open street permit process to support community organizations to come out and do community level of activations. We had that last summer quite successfully, and our cost was estimated at $10,000 per day for that. The high level of programming is essentially a full-scale event. Meet Me in Gastown is an example that's led by the BIA, and the cost is over $100,000. For council's consideration, we've put forward a few kind of ideas of where we could go with the number of pedestrian zone days. On the left would be no additional days and focusing on the existing annual events of Meet Me in Gastown and Grand Prix. The city knows how to support those events, so we could really support those and move forward, but we would acknowledge there would be no new learnings from that, but there'd be no city costs for that. Another idea would be to, in addition to those events, we could do 2 additional weekends. So those 2 pedestrian zone weekends would allow us to test light to medium city-led programming. We do acknowledge the markability and kind of people knowing when they are might be difficult. And there'd be limited learnings, but there would be some. We're estimating that cost for the city to be $160,000. Another way to approach it would be to have 12 consecutive Sundays, so every Sunday between June and September, and we think that we could support that with tests by testing light to medium city programming, and we think that there'd be good learnings associated with that, and we would estimate the city cost to be on the order of $400,000 for that. And looking at the spirit of council direction in October, which was every weekend during the summer, the 12 consecutive pedestrian zone weekends would allow us to test light to medium city-led programming like the other pieces, and we think that would maximize our learning, and we do acknowledge the cost would be on the order of $1 million. And those costs that we have listed here do not include any of the costs that the BIA would incur for supporting programming as well. For the two-way Cordova, I'll pass it over to Paul.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Storer, Director of Transportation, and I'm going to walk through the staff analysis of making Cordova two-way for vehicle traffic. I hit the wrong button there. So we haven't fully completed our study on the potential for making Cordova two-way. We're in the process of doing more vehicle modeling, as well as looking at options for how to make traffic flow work well along the corridor, including over at the Powell Street overpass. But our initial review of two-way Cordova is promising, particularly with both future reconstruction of Water Street at some point or more pedestrian zone days. It could create better circulation, network redundancy, and a direct intuitive network connection. It would have the potential to reduce Water Street traffic and change the feel of Cordova Street, kind of making it less oriented to through vehicles. Over the longer term, it has the potential to improve transit legibility, particularly for buses like the 4 and 7, which currently run eastbound on Cordova but westbound on Pender, which is inconvenient and less legible for transit riders. I could also potentially change the role of Powell Street in the network and allow for bigger public realm changes on both Cordova and Powell. For 2025, if directed by council, we'd be able to do the first half of this work, so make a two-way from Richards to Gore Avenue. On days that Water Street's open, without intervention, there isn't naturally a lot of reason for westbound drivers to shift over to Cordova west of Gore. So the direction from council in the fall was to look at reducing traffic on Water Street for a summer 2025 pilot. This was one of the things that we've been in really good discussions with the BIA on, and we've talked through several different options, and there's trade-offs to all of these. So the bar on the top kind of shows the level of vehicle volumes on water, with lower traffic on the left and higher volumes on the right. And this kind of corresponds to the bottom bar, which kind of looks at the amount of public realm expansion we could do on Water Street and the level of separation we'd want between traffic and walking or other public space uses. So at the extreme left end, we could make big changes to water and potentially limit Water Street to local traffic by changing the direction of Water Street or doing more significant street closures. We could potentially drop the volume of traffic on water to, a few hundred vehicles a day. On the other extreme, we could essentially leave Water Street operating as is, noting that this would create some issues at the Water Cordova Richards intersection I'll talk about in a second. Where we've landed working with the BIA was to try to design a system that would direct some of the traffic off of Powell and Water, but create a network where people could still access and travel through Gastown, hopefully without too much frustration. So if council decides to proceed with an interim two-way Cordova in 2025, our planned strategy would be to reduce the capacity of Powell at key intersections at Gore, Main, Columbia, to encourage more of that westbound traffic to use Cordova instead of Powell and Water. We think this will drop the vehicle volumes on water by at least 20%, maybe by 50%. We'll kind of have to see how that plays out. Additionally, for council's awareness, Waterfront Road right now is only operating with a signal lane. There's been a structural failure there that's in the process of being repaired, and there will likely be traffic restrictions on Waterfront Road throughout the summer. And that's really going to change how traffic's able to adjust to any closures on Water Street. This is a diagram of the signal phasing there. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but one of the big issues we ran into as we started to look at two-way Cordova while keeping traffic on Water Street was at this intersection. So the top diagrams show how the signal operates today, where the red is vehicle movement and the blue is pedestrians. The operation's really focused on both having efficient arterial westbound traffic on Water and eastbound traffic on Cordova, while having pedestrian phases that don't have turning conflicts. So those all have separate phases. With the additional, with having westbound traffic on Cordova, we can't really operate the signal the same way. And given the geometry, with the higher speed right turn off of Water onto Cordova, we're also not comfortable kind of allowing that right turn to cross the crosswalk when the crosswalk's running. So we have limited options in terms of how we could run it given all of that. Basically, right now, our plan would be to ban the right turn from Water onto Cordova. So that's the bottom diagram. It's a high volume movement, so it would have a pretty big change to the intersection, but there's a big benefit there too, in terms of it now potentially being a very simple signal operation. But it's something we'll need to continue to monitor to see how it works with the new network with the two-way Cordova and changes to how water connects with the rest of the network. We could also remove by doing that, we'd also be removing the right turn lane on Water Street, which could allow us to reallocate space at that northwest corner for public space improvements. So overall in 2025, making Cordova two-way has a number of benefits. It allows us to test changes to access and circulation in Gastown. It gives us a sense of some of the issues before potentially designing a bigger project. It allows us to test public realm improvements on water without eliminating that through vehicle traffic. And on pedestrian days in particular, it'll make the network function better, including allowing the number 50 bus to use Cordova kind of throughout the summer so that it's not moving back and forth from Water Street. We'd be able to test the reduction in eastbound vehicle capacity on Cordova and see how the network responds. Basically, our analysis of the volumes, we're comfortable it should work, but a lot is going to kind of depend on how turning movements conflict with through movements and things like that. So that'll give us a better sense of how that works prior to looking at a further phase and allows us to look at what changes to operations we might want to do. There are a lot of curbside use demands on Cordova, though, that we'd need to work through before implementation. And we've started engagement with a number of residents and stakeholders on that. And if council directs us to move ahead, we'd continue that work. And with that, I will pass it back to Lisa Parker.
And so within option A, there is some ongoing work that I'd like to highlight, which is that we'd continue with the near-term investments of the upcoming work in Trounce Alley, the brick repairs, and we will be installing a public washroom this fall in Gastown. And if proceeding with option A, as we get the learnings from a 2025 pilot, we can integrate that into the public spaces plan, including how we can work towards a flexible design for Water Street, Maple Tree Square, and the experience on Cordova. Looking at the cost estimates for option A, the Water Street experience with the 3 to 4 placemaking nodes and those built form at the gateways, seating and streetscape improvements, we're estimating that to be between $700,000 and $900,000. For the pedestrian zone, depending on the number of days that we proceed with, it can be 0 up to $1 million if council directs us to proceed with the 12 weekends. We do have the data of the kind of estimates between those for council's consideration. And I do want to highlight that the costs that we're estimating for each of the pedestrian zones includes the traffic management costs, the budget for the city-led programming, enhanced street cleaning, as well as peer support. And for the two-way Cordova from Richards to Gore, as Paul described earlier, we're estimating between 1.2 million and 1.5 million. So depending on the pedestrian zones in option A, we could be looking at 1.9 to 3.4 million for council's consideration. Looking at option B, focusing our resources on design and improvements. What we could do with council's direction for option B is to accelerate our design for a flexible Water Street and Maple Tree Square as a part of the Gastown Public Spaces Plan, and to trial the full two-way Cordova in 2026. This summer, we could continue to support public realm improvements through the existing programs and continue with those near-term improvements that I highlighted earlier. So looking at accelerated flexible design for Water Street and Maple Tree Square, we could look to how the design could accommodate vehicles and expand the public realm, but also be easily closed down for car-free events, or even working towards pedestrian zones for a summer or longer term. The design would also integrate in a meaningful way cultural visibility for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. A few considerations for this is around, it really would allow us to prioritize that design work this summer, which will inform the infrastructure renewal in the next capital plan, but we do acknowledge there would be less learnings. Looking at the full two-way Cordova, so that's from Richards to the Powell Street overpass and delivering that in 2026. As Paul was highlighting, the need for engagement is something that we would focus on this summer. So really going into the detailed discussions for the engagement to understand the trade-offs and the priority curb uses along the corridor. And then of course this summer proceeding with detailed design and construction planning. A few considerations to share for council is again highlighting that really the need for that detailed engagement from stakeholders. Something to think about is that if we were to do two-way Cordova all the way back to the overpass, we do anticipate that to be more of an intuitive network change if we deliver it all together. And for the full two-way Cordova back to the overpass, we could be estimating that to be on the order of 2.5 to 3 million. In option B, we would continue to support the neighborhood through our existing programs. That includes placemaking, patios, and different business uses, looking at the curb uses that need to be adjusted, and continuing with immediate opportunities for local nations visibility, including features and programming. A few considerations include that we see our existing programs offering significant support to that. We do want to highlight that this summer we would continue with our regular patio program that does include fees and no added seats and going through the regular licensing process. And of course, with either option A or option B, we will continue with those near-term improvements around Trounce Alley and the brick sidewalk and the public washroom being installed this fall. Summary and conclusion for council's consideration. The Gastown program has a total budget of $17.7 million. To the spend that we've had since to the end of the year includes sidewalk repairs, the Maple Tree Square repairs that we did last summer, the work on last summer's pilot, including visibility for the nations, and continuing our work with the Gastown Public Spaces Plan. For the remainder of this capital plan, we'll continue with the sidewalk repairs in Trounce Alley. We'll continue with the public space plan for this year, bringing it back to council's consideration next year. We have bookmarked the pilot budget for this year being on the order of 1.9 to 3.4 million. If council chooses to proceed with option B, we would be proposing that money goes forward for advancing the design to inform the future longer-term improvements. And as a summary of the opportunities and risks for each of these options, for the option A of implementing a pilot this summer, we think there's a real opportunity for testing public life, how to support businesses, the expansion to Columbia, testing the level of programming, and really what is that vibrancy level needed for a Water Street to be very active, testing the ease of setup and takedown for that, testing the functionality before extending all the way to the overpass for a two-way Cordova, looking closely at the experience of two-way of Cordova, where rather than it being a one-way arterial, like that two-way will change the experience along there, and how much of the two-way Cordova could actually reduce traffic on Water Street. A few risks to share for option A is looking at the public life experience on Water Street with through vehicle traffic. It will innately be a different experience than this past summer. There's a limitation for people to understand the tactical interventions and how that can really shape and experience the long-term investments to come. The resources for these will continue to be investing money in these tactical interventions. For the pedestrian zones, we do want to highlight, we don't consider there to be strong BIA support for full weekend closures and acknowledging the BI resources for the programming. We also want to acknowledge the public perception. This last summer's was very successful for many in the public, and so just really how we can consider that in the changes. And looking at two-way Cordova, there is a potential for driver frustration and the network not being as intuitive. Looking at option B, the possibilities and opportunities for focusing on the resources on design. It's really about accelerating and getting closer to that final piece, coming forward to council, and spending less on the testing and having less potential impact on businesses. But of course, on the other side, we miss out on the real world learnings and a loss of momentum from the pedestrian zone that was successful last year. So with that, Paul Storr and myself and a number of our staff are here for questions.
What you guys have done. Where are we going here? Now, council, we have 5 minutes to ask questions, and Councillor Meisner, you are up.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I wanted to start with the costs. I see there's a few different options presented, but I was looking for more details on a breakdown of what, I guess I'll start with the $80,000 per weekend if we were to do the Saturday, Sunday. It says includes traffic management costs, budget for city-led programming, enhanced cleaning and peer support. Can you give me a sense of that 80 grand and how that breaks down among those items?
So in total, we estimated kind of the higher level of what we could be anticipating. So there is costs associated with the traffic management, the pieces actually being installed and removed, as well as VPD costs. Each weekend would have varying levels of kind of programming. So our costs are on the $10,000 per day for activations if we are supporting community level activations like we did last summer. And so it's coming in between like 30 to 35 per day. And so we're looking at just kind of, we rounded that up to the 80 for the weekend.
Okay, so in terms of the traffic management piece, how much of that 80 grand is that per weekend? Or per day even? Do you have a sense?
So the traffic management's about 40,000 for the weekend.
Okay.
That includes the VPD costs as well as the actual installation and removal of the barriers.
Okay, how, like what percentage of that is VPD versus installation of the barriers?
It's mostly VPD costs.
Mostly
and
VPD.
And we do acknowledge there's a range for VPD costs because it's basically, we get charged per hour on who's out there.
Okay,
And so we have a lot of experience with our support for special events to understand what kind of range we might be expecting.
okay. So I'm just trying to understand, like we're putting up barriers, right? Like physical barriers, is that temporary physical barriers each weekend, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, VPD are not doing that work, right? That's
No,
contracted out.
we would have that contracted out. VPD would be there to kind of hold that line, if you will, just to
Okay.
kind of so that they're not moving around.
Okay, seems like
That's
a
quite
lot of money.
typical. Yeah, it's
Okay.
quite typical for special events.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. My other question was around security. I guess, how are we preventing, I hate to ask this, but I mean, we've seen situations around the world where we've seen vehicles plowing into crowds. What sort of barriers are going to be in place for temporary weekend closures? Because obviously it'd be very difficult to remove a heavy barrier just for a Sunday, for example.
So pending council direction on how many and or if we're doing a pilot and what we are doing, we'd be working closely with VPD for that. Ensuring public safety would be a top priority for us, and so we would look over that in detail with VPD. Our range allows for some understanding based on our work together for events.
Okay.
We would go into detailed discussion with VPD following council direction.
Okay. And you talked about $10,000 a day for activations. Help me understand what goes into that cost, $10,000 a day.
So with that, I'll have Rachel Magnuson answer the question.
Thanks.
Sure, and that's quite a high estimate for us, so we just wanted to make sure that we would have enough for that kind of medium-scale programming. So last summer, for the city-led Car Free Day, we had an outside organization, Girls We Adore, who came in and brought in a bunch of local community to activate the street. So that's kind of the level of programming you'd see with the 10,000, but it could be less.
Okay. And you said Car Free Day. Are you talking about Gastown or are you talking about Car Free?
Yeah, we did one full Car Free Sunday or Saturday, I can't remember, last summer.
Okay.
That was for that.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then other question was around the two-lane of Cordova. I'm curious why Gore Street versus Main Street for the eastern boundary if we were to do it this summer.
I think what we were trying to do was to give vehicles a number of ways to get onto Cordova Street. Gore is kind of a reasonable extent. Last year, we saw Main Street being one of those key connections off of Powell for vehicles traveling westbound, and that caused a number of issues on Main Street. So we're trying to kind of give more opportunities for those left-turning vehicles.
What were the issues on Main Street? I'm curious.
There were, so maybe Chris Darwin can speak to it more, but there were transit delays that we're trying to avoid, as well as that's a very tricky corner with a lot going on there that we'd just like to disperse the volumes a little bit more.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I'm out of time, so
Thank you very much.
I'll come back on later. Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. I know whenever you're affecting change, it requires a bit of tweaking. And so I appreciate that it's reflecting, the report's reflecting some of the feedback and the different considerations and provides council with options. My first question is really around the notion of a two-way Cordova, which we had moved, I think, included in the original motion to explore that. It was kind of at a future date and then wanted to bring that up because I think what we heard from feedback is if we're trying to materially change the feel of Gastown, that having those two components is very linked together. So my question here, and looking at option A, for example, is around the timing and the ability to sync an implementation of a two-way Cordova with looking at pedestrian, whether it's weekends, Sundays, or whatever that looks like.
Yes, we're confident we can make that portion of Cordova two-way by the end of May.
Okay.
So it is using kind of more interim signal changes than we'd normally make. So it will be signals on span wires and things like that, but we're comfortable that we can do it in time for a pedestrian zone.
Okay. But staff do recognize the importance of syncing those pieces together?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. My other question is really around, and sort of following up on some of the other questions. As you mentioned, the report contemplates potentially weekends, the number to be determined by council. We're hearing some feedback from stakeholders. I know we've got a lot of speakers on this around Sundays. And so I just want to kind of walk through again that if what I'm hearing from folks is the ability to have more flex and the ease of taking things up and down. So we had some pretty heavy street furniture, had a bit more weightiness to it, was probably intended to be there for a longer duration. So are we looking to provide different style of furniture? What would that look like? So it's not just about setting up the barriers, but what does it look like in terms of providing spots for people to stop and enjoy the street and the flexibility of sort of setting that up and taking it down? Because that's what I'm hearing is that the businesses of BIA would like the ability to flex more easily.
So the design that we'll do for Water Street Experience will be for reduced but still arterial level through traffic through there. The Sunday experience would be additional pieces on top of that, but we wouldn't be moving furniture around along the street as a whole during that time. There could be, for example, if we have bistro tables and everything, those are easy to move around, but the larger furniture would be in the place where we would have it in for the actual duration, like the Monday through Saturday, if you will. And we will have for patios that are out in the curb lane or something like that, if we do have any requests like that, we will have barriers in place for the through Water Street traffic, even though the Sunday would not have traffic along there.
Okay, and then the notion of testing, which I think is really helpful in terms of learning here. In terms of the timeline, do we think, depending upon the length of having a two-way Cordova and the pedestrianization, that we would get different results if we have a pedestrianized pilot running through the summer months versus September? Like there's a fundamental difference between August when a lot of people are on holidays, they're taking time off, maybe they're out of town, maybe they're not at work or they're taking families are out and about versus the kind of the back to work, back to school timeline in September.
Something in the 2024 pilot felt really natural to end the pilot, and it was already decided, but to end after the end or the September long weekend at the beginning of the month. It was really that shift in people's kind of vacationing, coming back, gearing up for work and everything. So that felt like a natural time. It didn't feel like we were ending it too early or anything like that.
Okay. The public space planning process, because that's an important component in the longer term, which is really trying to invest in giving Gastown some love. We're doing the near-term repairs, you mentioned that, but creating more of a more permanent, if I can call it, more higher quality public space. How's that planning process going? Because I know that we asked last time that we had an external consultant and that the BIA was more engaged. So can you give us a bit of flavor on where that's at, what that's looking like?
Yeah, so we completed the first phase, which was really looking at the work as a whole within the neighborhood, understanding the site, understanding the constraints, looking at the utility pieces within that. We did a few workshops last summer that allowed us to learn some of the vision and the uses in the space. So that was completed and the consultants learned a lot, and they pulled together a visioning piece for us. Since then, they have progressed with different work to help start on the flexible design for Water Street. But what we originally originally were thinking was that looking at how can we build multiple options for that. But with the work on the pilot, we have brought the consultants in to help us with the 2025 layout. So for example, those east and west gateways for a 2025 pilot, the consultants would be taking the lead on that. So we've had them shift over to that and put pause on the long-term public spaces plan while we got to council today for this consideration.
Okay, so the consultant would be involved in both. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you for all the work on this. And I appreciate the name of this is the Water Street Pedestrian Pilot, but I'm not hearing a lot about cycling infrastructure. So I had some questions about that as a regular cyclist who goes one way on water and comes back the other way on Cordova. Cordova's already a pretty tricky street on a bicycle, and I realize this will get a lot more congested. I'm also worried about the no right turn from Cordova to water, which is also, you know, I get Richard's bike routes right there. But anyway, thoughts on cycling infrastructure for this?
Yeah, so cycling on Water Street is something we've also been exploring with the BIA. We kind of haven't landed on a design for that yet. But given the space we need for emergency vehicles, we're looking at the potential to have a eastbound painted bike lane through the summer. While on water, while westbound bikes would be kind of in with traffic. We're still sorting out all the trade-offs with that, but it's something that we're actively exploring for 2025, and we're going to see if we can deliver something so you can cycle in both directions on Water Street.
Okay, so just extrapolating, that's a sort of acknowledgement of the fact that the future two-way Cordova is just not going to be suitable for cyclists.
It would be very, very difficult to design for
100%
all ages and abilities cycling on Cordova with having two-way traffic.
Yeah, no, okay, I appreciate that. I mean, that's, for me, is a priority, and there's obviously a bit of a hill there for a lot of folks that will present a barrier from the high road, low road kind of perspective of getting across town, so I appreciate that. I mean, I would love to give more direction for more cyclists, but I know that you know, and I feel that that'll be incorporated. So I'm going to just move on, knowing that we're limited for time. City programming on the 12-week option. Appreciate that this facilitates more city programming. How are we facilitating more organic programming, like artists and you know, nonprofits and stuff like that, which we often see as kind of part and parcel with those kind of car-free environments?
So our open streets permit does allow for, it's a real low barrier. There's no fees associated with it. We're also like supporting restaurants to have music right at their patios, and that could be who they choose to have come and be a part of that. We have an open call for programming, and that's what we did last year through the open streets permit, and we did see some really varied kind of responses and uses out there, and we really want to, like, whoever comes forward, we're finding a way for supporting their efforts in there, and we do have funding available for that within our placemaking funds.
Awesome, amazing. Got all the answers. Okay, so I also recognizing it's the Water Street pilot. Haven't heard much about Carroll Street, and Carroll Street, I think we've all variously talked with Chinatown and the BIAs at Hastings Crossing, Gastown, Chinatown. They all want to see that through fair on Carroll Street. How does Carroll Street, does this benefit Carroll Street improvements for pedestrian through to Chinatown at all? Is there?
I think so. I think that when we look at that flexible design for Maple Tree Square, that's where Carroll Street comes into the Gastown piece. It's also where the Portside Greenway will come into the Gastown area as well. So in that design, we would be prioritizing that Carroll Street to the Portside to Alexander movement, and then ensuring that we have the promenade, if you will, available for pedestrians as well to move down into Chinatown. And we could support with information within Maple Tree Square as a whole to acknowledge the neighborhood and the importance of it.
Yeah, I do find that it almost truncates there at that right by the Blarney Stone. It's sort of like, yep, you're done. And then it gets kind of and then you're into Chinatown. So I appreciate that you're.
And I think the public spaces plan would look closer and more, and like the breadth of that would be able to acknowledge those connections at a greater neighborhood scale.
Okay, and two more questions. I think we can get this done in a minute. How we're incorporating some of the feedback we got from some of the businesses that were less happy about it. And just for clarification, that city-owned Easy Park lot is still there and it's accessible from Cordova Street as well as Water Street, correct?
Yes, so it'll be accessible from both sides. There will be some changes with the two-way Cordova on there. And we've been working closely with the BIA to understand really what does a successful 2025 look like. We've had a number of very detailed meetings and like strong collaboration for us to hear what the concerns are in a specific way and ways that we can address those in this pilot.
And some of the more strenuously critical voices are at the table. We're working with them to.
We're working with key folks from the BIA as a whole, and then we have gone to the board meeting, different pieces like that. But we definitely want to recognize not everybody, all the businesses within the BIA area will be supportive of option A.
Lisa Parker, I appreciate your diligence on this, and you've answered all the questions so quickly. It's amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
On time, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate all the info. I think I just have one last question that I'm sort of looking at, and it's about the two-way Cordova. I understand this isn't the first time we've transitioned from a one-way to a two-way in Vancouver. We've done it with B Street and Homer Street and Cami Street. Did we face similar issues with those streets as we do with Cordova? Are we looking at similar problems or similar challenges, or are we face unique issues here?
Thank you for the question. That's a good one. I think most of the streets, when we did the downtown transportation plan and looked at converting a number of one-way streets to two-way streets, these were kind of more minor streets than Cordova. There were concerns about how it would work, but in all of those cases, it worked out. It worked out well. I think we see them feel a lot more like kind of more like local streets than that through traffic. I think Cordova's a little bit different just in terms of its role in the arterial network, but it is definitely something that we have kind of similar types of streets carrying these volumes. So we are we're expecting it will work well and it will totally change the feel of Cordova, but we're going to have to see what all those trade-offs are and how it works in practice.
Okay, I appreciate the fact that you're optimistic about that it should work out well. Is this something that the city would probably be looking at anyway, regardless of what's happening in Gastown, at potentially transitioning Cordova to two-way anyway?
Well, particularly like when we think about Water Street again, but even if we were just reconstructing it over the period of like a long period of time, we'd start to run into a lot of issues that would make at least looking at westbound traffic on Cordova, something we want to look at. As I talked about earlier, there would be some real benefits, particularly in terms of transit connections. So right now, the 4 and the 7 in particular run on very different streets, and there'd be some big benefits to transit legibility and connections to Waterfront Station and things like that from a transit perspective. So there are a number of benefits, kind of even regardless of what the decision would be for what to do with Water Street over the longer term.
And those transit connections, I assume, would include things like just the fact that you're when you're coming into the city, you end up on one street and you have to go to a different street to get out of the city?
Exactly. The westbound 4 and 7 detour down Main to Pender, and it ends up being a difficult thing to understand if you're not used to how that works.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thanks. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, and thank you again, staff, for the work on this and the updates. I'm going to kind of zero in on a few areas around the public realm. Seems to me that the persistent discussion that comes up again and again is the desire to try and draw visitors further down, past the steam clock, get them to Maple Tree Square, thereabouts. So to me, that suggests that the attempting to focus around Maple Tree Square in the improvements. And I'm just kind of curious how we intend to go about that. And I'll give you a couple of examples that have come to mind. There was, and I know that there is an idle Gastown sign that is sort of sitting there that probably doesn't fit very well. Maybe you need to get a acetylene torch and maybe do some work on it to make it fit better. But what are we doing in terms of working with BIA to try and kind of get that place to optimized? Because nothing is more beautiful than sitting out in a patio at Gilt & Co. or on the other side where they had the wooden platform that was over where the old statue was. I'm just kind of curious what we can do to really kind of optimize that space, because right now it's a bit of a go-kart track going through there.
So a few thoughts that we have, and we've been working with our consultant team on this. The Gastown sign that you talked about, we'll actually be moving that to the Columbia end so they can be part of the gateway and the entry into Gastown, and we think it'll fit very well. Within Maple Tree Square, we are working with Squamish Nation for a really beautiful piece that they'll be doing. I don't think it'll be ready for this summer, but we will continue to support that and see what we can do, including different opportunities for cultural visibility in whatever way we can kind of deliver for this year. We are also working with a film production team for a legacy item that we can be bringing into the Gastown Place. I'll be working through the details in the coming months, and I can share an update to council on that as well. And looking at how the businesses can really spill out in a meaningful way through there and having public seating. We're also underway with our consultants to see how public seating can be created to offer a bit more of a amphitheater style seating so that there could be smaller scale events where people naturally sit there and enjoy that. As well as looking at the 100 block on Water Street, we recognize that that less activated street, it's also where there was a number of tour buses that were stopped in using that, and that ended up being almost an unintentional barricade so people weren't drawing past the steam clock as well. So we think it's a combination of freeing up the space on 100 block, activating it where we can, and then bringing people through to Maple Tree Square.
I got a couple more questions here. There's when you're driving westbound on Powell Street, there are some painted concrete barriers that are removing some parking spaces. And I realize that's more to guide traffic in some ways. Is there any chance that those spaces might be retained in some place, whether for parking or whatever, because just the barriers themselves don't look great? Quick question, quick answer, because I have a couple more and I got 2 minutes.
Are they going to be removed? We
I'll
can
leave it
commit
to
to,
you to
if the barriers do stay, we'll be working with the BIA to paint those in a BIA color area.
Okay, thanks very much. And I will, just with regards to your response about the Gastown sign, we are very much an Instagram society, and I just know that those signs really do take off. I don't think they'll do that at the East Gate, but in front of the Hotel Europe, I think they would be fantastic. But that's just my opinion here.
Thank you for
The closure of the dugout also, I think, has created some opportunities there along Alexander especially. The Trounce and Blood Alley activations and repairs, what's taking so long with those repairs? I know it's money, but how come? We did a lot of work on Blood Alley.
We have timelines that Megan Pate can talk us through.
Okay, thanks very much.
Hello, Megan Pate, Associate Director, Integrated Projects. My team is looking after the near-term repairs. So in regards to the timeline for Trounce Alley, we are looking at a fall 2025 start. Part of that is that we need to coordinate with Fortis BC work. So they are coming in the spring to replace the gas line along Trounce Alley and Carroll and Alexander. So we need to have that work done and out of the way before we restore the surface. So fall, it's coming, we're working on it.
I believe West Bank built a live music venue or some kind of venue at 37 West Cordova. They've been loath to open it because of conditions in the area. Is there any way that we can help incent and work together to make something like that again? Again, a part of the activation of that whole alleyway.
Yeah, so certainly part of our construction, but also Fortis BC is working with all the businesses that are along the alley. So that will be important, and we will continue to work in activating Blood Alley as best we can. And we're also trying to be mindful that over the summer, we know that that space wants to be activated, and so we're trying to build that into our construction as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And for those who haven't gone to it yet, go see the Banksy show at 1 Alexander.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, so we're now going to hear from registered speakers to this report. Now, public speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver. It's not so noted on the speakers list. So our first public speaker is Karen Duncan.
Hi. So good afternoon, everyone. I am here today on behalf of the Transportation Advisory Committee. And the 12 people who comprise the committee bring our own unique experiences and expertise to track. I have lived on Alexander Street for almost 28 years. So my interest in the Water Street pedestrian zone is shaped by my firsthand experience in the neighborhood. TRAC was very enthusiastic about the Gastown Public Spaces Plan. We took our cue from Council, the May 23 motion entitled A People-Focused Gastown, a bold forward-looking vision. TRAC unanimously passed a motion urging the city to undertake a bold rethinking of Water Street. We also encouraged the city to collect robust data during the 24 pilot to inform next steps. TRAC supports data-driven approaches to making decisions, and we were impressed by the data collected and shared after the 2-month pilot. And just to highlight a couple of things, 84% of people said they thought the pedestrianized Water Street was a great experience, and they wanted it back. 79% of Gastown residents said they'd like it to return. The businesses, 59% said they supported it, and an even higher 63% of food and beverage businesses were supportive of the pilot returning. All of that was data that was collected by city staff and reported last fall. We were enthusiastic by, that robust data collection, and we're hoping for more of that to shape the future and the collection of data this summer to shape future experiences. So everyone at Gastown said Gastown was way more lively, it was more vibrant. My neighbors, everybody I talked to loved Gastown being what Gastown was last summer. I really enjoyed being able to ride my bike on Gastown. I'm not confident enough to ride my bike on Water Street and definitely not on Cordova. So I really enjoyed that, and so did a lot of other people. But I want to get back to the data contained in last fall's report. I thought it was really wise, and TRAC thought it was very wise, that this city had commissioned the economic impact assessment prepared by third-party consultants. And the economic assessment reported that sales at Gastown businesses outperformed the downtown peninsula during the July to mid-August period. So just once again, we're really hopeful that TRAC is really hopeful that data is going to drive this project in 2025, this coming summer. TRAC supports at a minimum the full closure of Water Street for 12 weekends to implement the pedestrian zone. Today, and most days, Water Street is just bumper-to-bumper cars.
Karen,
and it really needs to be more than that.
I'm sorry.
It needs to be a destination,
we're at
and it
time.
isn't presently. And we're really hoping that Water Street will turn into the pedestrian zone that it can be for everybody, the business community, residents, visitors to the neighborhood.
Hi, Karen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in and sharing your comments with us. We appreciate it. Okay. The first non-public public body representative speaker is Manav Sharm. Manav, are you here?
Hi, my name is Nav Sharma. I am representing Strong Towns Vancouver. We are a member-led, member-funded, volunteer group of people who just care about our city. And we've been very involved with the Gastown pilot since its announcement, since we formed as a group. One thing has been really frustrating for us is seeing how the data, again, repeating other people's points, the data really shows that there was benefits here. The data shows that most businesses were at least better off than the rest of the downtown core, just acknowledging like a bigger, broader downturn. And we are seeing one business in particular, it's at least so it seems to us as people of the public, kind of calling all the shots here. And it's just very frustrating to see that we have a American-founded business that is foraying into the Japanese market, bringing in together other businesses that are in Gastown and trying to convince them that this project is bad for business, when in multiple cities around the world, including North America, pedestrian zones actually do offer great economic benefits. Pedestrian zones, when done right, help people of all ages and abilities and our local economy. I think it's really frustrating to also hear like the name bold vision for Gastown, people-focused Gastown, when these changes that we've seen after the pilot has actually gone through is not very bold, not very people-focused. And we want to see a real effort here. We want to see, I think staff are doing that. I think staff are actually putting a real effort here. We want to see a proof of concept where we can see pedestrian zones actually support the city, and done in a way that is consistent. I don't speak on behalf of business owners. I'm not going to claim that I do, but I did speak to some. One particular statement really stuck out to me, and it was a business owner telling me that they pay the rent all year, but in the summer, it's when every day counts. Every single day in the summer counts to them. They were frustrated that the pilot was happening in the summer months, and they already count on weekends for their business, but the winter months are generally less busy for them. And to see that this pilot is being considered to be weekends only and only in the summer is, I can imagine, heartbreaking. They actually didn't know, that particular business owner. So for me to tell them was like, hey, hate to break it to you, but this is what we're planning. I'd just like to wrap up and say that we definitely want to see a permanent vision for a pedestrian-friendly Gastown.
Thank you very much for coming in, Nav. Speaker number 2 has withdrawn. Speaker number 3 is withdrawn. Speaker number 4, Bert Hick. He was here earlier today, but I did not see him here. And is he on the phone? Nope. Okay, we'll just move on to speaker number 5, Greg Samek. Is Greg here?
Oh, hello, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm here to provide an on-the-ground perspective on what it's like to live in Gastown. I've lived at the Four Sisters Co-op for the past 10 years. 7 of those years, I've lived on the second floor, situated between Powell Street, between Main and Columbia. Just one intersection before Maple Leaf Square. The largest traffic volume comes Monday through Friday between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. During this period, Water Street grinds to a halt from traffic traveling east to west. After the October council meeting, the question I started to wonder, is any of these commuters stopping to spend time in Gastown? Walking around the neighborhood, it's very clear the answer is no. There are a number of cafes open, however, most businesses only open at 10 or 11 a.m. Perhaps if a few of these critical businesses are so concerned about accessibility, they should start considering making the spaghetti a little earlier. But I digress. Ultimately, it's clear a large majority of these commuters use Water Street as a bypass to get to other destinations. So the key issue I hope to highlight for the council is that last year, the pilot project, the team made a great set of data, and they had some workshops. It was a fantastic experience. Thank you so much for that. There is one key particular fact that said about 85% of commuters use Gastown Water Street as just a bypass to get through, a very low stickiness factor, as they called it. My last point is that if the city remembers, they spent $1.1 million last year repaving, rebricking the Maple Leaf Square. Thank you very much for that. However, I'm sorry to say that this paving has only provided a racetrack for these 20-ton trucks and speeding cars, basically to disregard the community as they rush through the neighborhood. So, I do hope that the council considers all of these options for pedestrianization, and in my humble opinion, I would love to have a full year-round pedestrianization of Gastown. It's something we're missing in our city, a spot to reflect on the natural beauty of our urban environment. We need more of these, not less. We don't need weekends. We need it the whole entire year. I love all of the suggestions coming. I absolutely support the 12 weekends pedestrianization if that's our only option. My final plea is that the council to reflect on who they're truly listening to when making decisions on this matter. I believe the council was pressured into reducing the pilot project last October by a small but unfortunately vocal group of opposition, some of whom called multiple times from a single business. Regardless, the data from this pilot is clear and compelling, with almost 90% of people wanting Gastown to be a pedestrian-only area. The online presence is overwhelming in its favor. I urge the council to remember that communities are built by people. Let's prioritize the well-being and the spirit of the community
And
over
Greg,
the
Greg,
short-term
I
economic.
apologize. You're at time.
Thank you.
But thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in today. The next speaker we have is Suraj Gupta on the phone.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Suraj, and I own 2 buildings and 2 retail souvenir shops in the 300 block of Water Street. That's about 10,000 square feet of retail space on at the 300 block of Water Street. As I've made very clear in my previous statements at City Council meetings, I am 100% opposed to any pedestrianization of Gastown. The pilot study last summer devastated our retail business and forced us to lay off staff in the middle of peak season. Our sales dropped 30% during the pilot study, and overall theft and shoplifting increased 15% during the pilot. Our shipments were delayed because the streets were closed and there was no proper access. I am also opposed to pedestrianizing Gastown on weekends because we make most of our sales on weekends, and without proper access for cars and tour buses, we will suffer again this year. We all have to understand that the economic landscape of Gastown has changed since COVID. Office vacancy is at least 50%, which means not as many people are working in the area as before. Tourism and retail is one of the main sources of revenue for Gastown businesses, and if the city keeps choking the streets by stopping vehicle access and tour bus access, how will retail survive? Now, with the huge development happening in the 100 block, we need proper access so cars and tour buses can flow on Water Street and stop so those customers can actually shop and dine in Gastown. Last year, those tour bus customers never made it to our stores because they were being dropped off on the middle block of on the 100 block of Water, and they just took pictures of the steam clock and they went back. I appreciate you taking feedback from the business owners and the time and resources the city is spending on Gastown, but you really need to understand that our problems are real and our businesses are really hurting. It has never been more challenging doing business in Gastown than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Piraj Thackeray. I hope I pronounced that your name correctly.
Close enough. Piraj Thackeray. As a board member of Gastown Business Improvement Society and resident of Vancouver, I would like to extend our appreciation to city staff and the city's consultant team for truly engaging with those most impacted by the summer pilot. They have worked to develop a summer pilot framework that captures the lessons learned from last year and test scenarios that can inform the design for future infrastructure renewal. There's a lot of work ahead to do, and we hope that staff will continue to address the very real concerns of businesses, especially during these uncertain economic times. And I want to remind everyone that a vibrant street has vibrant retail, and while we don't necessarily agree on the stats that are being spoken about during this meeting, which we pointed out last year, that it really is important for a vital street to have vital retail. The Gastown Business Improvement Society is in support of option A for a 2025 pilot with an amendment concerning the pedestrian zone weekends. The GBIS is in support of the Water Street experience, the two-way traffic on Cordova from Richards to Gore, and continued maintenance activities. While the GBIS is supportive of testing how to rapidly and easily close Water Street for events, we do not support full weekend closures. If there are pedestrian zones on Water Street, in lieu of weekend closures, we would advocate for Sundays only every week from approximately 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. This would allow for a regular schedule for Water Street closures and public space activations that can be clearly communicated to the public, customers, and suppliers. It also mitigates concerns around overnight street closures, which last year created issues over undesirable activities and the need for significant street cleaning in the morning. It provides employees who work late, particularly in the bar and restaurant industry, to be picked up by car or taxi directly in front of their workplace. This was a real safety concern last year that impacted workers. In terms of financial resources, last year the GBIS needed to use contingency funds for Water Street programming. This is not financially sustainable. A Sunday-only pedestrian zone with light programming can reduce costs. However, funding is still needed for these pedestrian day activations. Finally, given that the economic impact of the Sunday street closures on businesses is unknown, we strongly urge for the evaluation of the Sunday pedestrian zones after 6 weeks. If there are no negative impacts on businesses, then the pedestrian zone could be extended to the end of the pilot period. I'd also like to thank you for your consideration of our members' perspectives and concerns. They are very real economic concerns in this time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker number 8, excuse me. Speaker number 8 has withdrawn. Speaker number 9 is Peter Buckley. Peter, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Buckley, and I'm the President and CEO of the Old Spaghetti Factory restaurant chain in Canada. I'll correct one of the earlier speakers. We are 100% Canadian-owned and operated. I shared with you our actual guest counts on a weekly basis during the 2024 Water Street pilot. The combined road repair and pedestrian pilot, which saw Water Street closed for over 6 months, had an adverse impact on the neighborhood, which I would suggest has resulted in significant long-term ramifications. In the last 4-week period, which ended this past Sunday, our Gastown location was the weakest store in our national chain, down nearly 3,000 guests in a 4-week period, or 16% versus last year. Our Gastown store has become an outlier within our chain. The most recent volume in Gastown was despite a GST holiday, major events like Invictus Games and Rugby Sevens, which would typically have benefited the Gastown area. The local market is no longer coming to Gastown, which is extremely concerning and sends a clear message of the harm that can take place when we experiment with a once vibrant neighborhood. When I review the council report that provides you an option A or option B with respect to the 2025 summer season, my immediate reaction is please select B. Continue with the much-needed investment in infrastructure. Continue with car-free and special event road closures. Work with First Nations to improve cultural visibility, especially in the area of Maple Tree Square, and trial the two-way of Cordova in 2026. The summer season is now 3 months away. Rushing to further experiment in our struggling, fragile neighborhood can't be the priority. We learned last year that simply closing Water Street, placing furniture that became a magnet for street people and open drug use, pop-up patios that were cheap and uninviting and degraded the streetscape, resulted in the local market abandoning the area, tourists venturing as far as the steam clock, and turning to leave Gastown. Any closure in 2025 must be supported with programming and special events, which becomes a call to action first and foremost for the local community. We met with the Gastown BIA last week and understood that they would recommend two-waying of Cordova and Sunday closures of Water Street in 2025. If Council decides to proceed with option A, we would defer to the BIA's proposed approach with an understanding that a limited number of Sundays with programming and special events be the goal. With 3 months before the summer season beginning, we simply have to see a significant improvement over the 2024 pilot. Start with a smaller number of closures and exceed expectation. What happens in 2025 must bring people back to our neighborhood. We can't repeat 2024. Thank you for listening, and I hope my person... Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. The next speaker is speaker number 10, Yanni Marcus. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
It's Yanni. I'm from the Greek Gastown. Thanks for taking the time. I'm speaking today about an issue that deeply affected my business and many others in Gastown last summer, the implementation of the car-free zone. While I understand the vision behind creating a pedestrian-friendly space, the reality was far from what we had hoped for. First and foremost, there was a clear and damaging divide in foot traffic. From what we understood, Tourism Vancouver was actively telling visitors not to walk past the steam clock, which meant that while for the first 2 blocks of Gastown were thriving, the rest of our neighborhood, including businesses like mine, struggled to attract customers. Visitors simply weren't exploring beyond that point, and as a result, businesses further down saw a significant drop in sales. Another major concern was safety. When the roads were closed, we saw an increase in violent crime. Tragically, there were 2 murders in less than 100 meters away from my business. That was terrifying for my staff, the majority of whom are women, and for our patrons. We want Gastown to be a welcoming, vibrant place, but that cannot happen if both employees and customers feel unsafe. If a car-free zone is to be considered again, I strongly urge the city to commit to a greater police presence on foot throughout the summer to ensure the safety of everyone in the neighborhood. Finally, let's talk about the economic impact. My sales had dropped by 40% last summer. In this neighborhood, summer is the only time of year we can turn a profit. Without a strong summer season, it becomes nearly impossible to sustain operations through the rest of the year. This isn't just about one business, it's about the overall health of Gastown's economy and the livelihood of the people who work here. If the goal is to make Gastown more pedestrian friendly while also keeping in a safe and anyway, the point is it was extremely dangerous. It's become increasingly dangerous. I was broken into last week. 3 weeks ago, my night cleaners were jumped, beat up, and mugged. This is kind of the story, especially since COVID. It's extremely unsafe, and I'm speaking against it, and I'm definitely speaking against closing Carroll Street. We've been in that area for 7 years now, and last summer was the worst summer we've ever seen. We were always thriving in the summertime, so it was really disappointing to see, as well as, safety. So thanks a lot.
Annie, thank you very much for coming in. The next speaker we have is Luc Duval. Is Luc here? No, is Luc on the phone? No. Okay, come back. Speaker number 12, Nancy Birdston. Nancy, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear
Great.
you. Great.
Hi. Super. My name is Nancy Benson. I'm the owner of Inform Interiors at 50 Water Street. I employ 45 staff, and the store is 61 years old. My husband started it, and I've owned it now for 25 years. We are proud to be in Gastown. We've been there for obviously a long time. We spend a lot of time with our window designs to enhance the street, and everybody driving past or walking past or cycling past to make the street as vibrant as possible. That said, I have no more glass insurance and never will have it again because the number of broken windows I get, et cetera, et cetera. Everything Yanni said, I echo. Over last summer, or last year, overall, we were down 21.7%. That decline all happened during the road closure. I agree to option number 1, Bill. I want to thank the staff at the city and the BIA staff for working so incredibly diligently on this. I've got to say, especially to the city staff, I am incredibly impressed with your work, and thank you very much. I agree with the option number 1 with the BIA's option, Sundays only, and that after 6 weeks we have a look at it. Hopefully we can get enough programming to really support it, and I'm there for that to try and make everything work as well as possible. I also agree to the two-way of Cordova. One other thought, quickly, what about the city offering free parking every Sunday from the city parkade? Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thanks, Nancy. The next speaker we have is Subha Nair.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Suba Nair, property and business owner representing Michelle's. We have 7 properties and 2 stores, and I'm also the GBS board president. We do appreciate that after receiving all of the feedback from last year's pilot, city staff and the consultants have taken more of a collaborative approach in planning this year's pilot, so we do appreciate that, and we can support a 2-way Cordova Street this summer if done well, which will be a good test to see what happens to traffic flow on Water Street. However, should there be closures for pedestrianization, we are not supportive of full weekend closures. This only will not be difficult to execute successfully, but it will impact us negatively, similar to last year's pilot, where we saw a almost 30% reduction in business in the summer months. Rather, closures should be for select days for planned events or a limited number of Sundays with activations, and see how that goes for the businesses. We would also ask that more attention be paid to the Maple Tree Square to effectively activate the space and draw people down to the east end of Gastown. This being said, there is a great level of apprehension going into this from our business and our fellow members, as you've heard. So we do ask that city staff ensure that continued collaboration with the GBIS and gathering feedback from our members be a priority throughout this pilot to help guide the decision-making process so our businesses are well supported and we do not have a repeat of last year. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker we have is number 14, Riley Edwards.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. My name is Riley Edwards. I'm speaking on behalf of local public eatery at 5 Alexander Street. To start off with, we are wanting to express our full support for the BIA's recommendation for Sunday-only closures for Water Street. As a result of the full pilot last year, as mentioned by a lot of the other restaurants that have already spoken here today, our sales at local public eatery dropped by over 30%, and our guest count fell by over 40% year over year. As a result of the decline in sales, we had a significant number of layoffs and job losses that resulted in it due to us not being able to fiscally support having the staff that we had hired on for the year in anticipation for our busiest season. Even after the pilot ended, there was a lingering confusion from customers and their behavior. Sales did not bounce back right away. It did take some time to almost reintegrate their behaviors back into their everyday lives to come back into the Gastown area. Beyond the financial strain, there were also a lot of safety concerns, which escalated dramatically during that period of time. So 90% of our employees, when we polled them, reported feeling extremely unsafe at work. One kitchen employee was mugged on his second shift and never returned back to work after. A server quit due to open drug use and altercations as a result of the pilot project and only returned when safer conditions when the pilot ended. Many staff members faced harassment simply walking 2 blocks to meet rides, facing us to hire additional security, which also was an incurred cost to us, paired with the loss in sales. Employees described it as a constant feeling of being unsafe, often wanting to leave together if our security could not take them to their vehicle, rather than risk walking alone. With the Sunday-only closures, it would kind of strike a great balance for both the business and the BIA, as well as the city, with the lowered costs for the cities, minimize traffic disruptions, benefiting residents and businesses alike, providing a consistent message that encourages the community to embrace local programming. Us at Local Public Eatery, we want to create a significant investment towards our patio and also towards really bringing the environment back to Gastown with a $200,000 upgrade to our patio, as well as offering live music on Sundays to create a vibrant downtown destination. And most importantly, it would preserve sales and safeguard the well-being of Gastown's businesses and employees. So we strongly urge council to adopt a Sunday-only approach. It supports work, safety, sustains local businesses, and activates our downtown in a way that works for everybody. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Riley. The next speaker we have is number 15, Kang Deng.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Kang, and I just wanted to say that, I don't live in the neighborhood, but the pedestrian zone on Water Street was like one of my main reasons to visit downtown last summer. I totally loved it. And so, just like going off the report, I'm speaking in support of option A, having it come back on weekends, but honestly, I don't actually think that's enough. To start, having the pedestrian zone be weekends only would cause a lot of unnecessary expense, being that, you'd have to remove and reinstall the street furniture every week, which means that you're also limited as to what you can put on the street in the first place. Like how Councillor Meisner pointed out that the heavy concrete barriers wouldn't work very well, causing, safety concerns. And so the inconsistent and temporary nature of the zone would likely cause confusion for both drivers and pedestrians as well. We've actually already seen this sort of thing happen with, the U Street pilot project, for example. The effort put into that project seemed, frankly, half done, resulting in it being a failure after only 5 weeks in action. The one time I went there in 2023, I ended up having to dodge a driver who'd wandered into the zone, and it was discouraging enough for me to not want to visit again. And I'd hate to see a similar fate happen to one of the city's prime destinations. To me, Gastown portrays one of those cute little idealistic European walkable city centers, which, funnily enough, people will pay thousands of dollars to go vacation in, with brick roads, beautiful street lighting, and rows of businesses. If there were literally anywhere in the city to pedestrianize, I feel like it should be Gastown. And so it's honestly quite baffling to me why we keep insisting on shoving cars through it. Not that it's even a good experience for drivers either, because having driven on Water Street myself, it's often severely congested, bumpy, slow, and you constantly have to be looking out for pedestrians using the many crosswalks in the area, leading to a stressful experience. And so continuing to allow drivers to use Gastown as a thoroughfare seems kind of like a lose-lose scenario to me. It just makes it worse for everyone in the area. And so if it were up to me, just my opinion, I'd want to see a 24/7 pedestrian zone throughout the entire summer, just like how it was last year. Cities like Montreal and New York have already realized the benefits of an all-summer-long car-free street, and there's no reason why Vancouver can't do the same, especially with a 56% increase in visitors on weekdays, according to your staff report, which is all seemingly just going to go to waste. It sort of makes me curious about some of these claims of decreased business. Is the claim that this extra 56% increase in foot traffic is just visiting Gastown to do absolutely nothing, that none of them are visiting the business at all? So to conclude, if I had to pick, I'm in support of option A and having it come back on weekends, but I also believe that the space has so much more potential than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kang. Right on time. Sorry, Council, we have about 6 speakers left, and I'm just looking at the time. Can we get a motion? Would someone like to move a motion to extend just to hear the rest of the speakers list? Oh, I'm not. Does someone? Okay.
I was on the queue.
You think there is time to finish that? Yeah. So if there's any debate or on this item, we'll go. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering if there would be the will of council, recognizing we've got a very full agenda tomorrow, to extend to complete the item. I recognize that'll cut into the dinner time, but I'm just looking to get a sense, because otherwise inevitably this item will be held over and left hanging. So just sort of looking at faces. So I'll make a motion to extend to complete this item.
Okay.
Including, just to be clear, for speakers and debate and decision.
Okay, great. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a question of clarification around with a public hearing. It's starting at 6 p.m.
Starts at
Will we finish the business of the rest of the agenda today?
No, we will not. There are 2 other items on the agenda. So item 3, which is being held because it's sort of contingent on item 2. And then item 5, the Housing and Homelessness Services 2025 grants.
Okay, so our ability to go through notice of motions and new business items to complete the council business agenda, what happens there?
Sorry, can you I didn't hear that. Yeah, we any unfinished business today would go to reserve on Thursday at 3 p.m.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for clarification. Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. And just to clarify, actually, while I have the floor, is would we be able to, because typically what we do is we finish the business with a notice of motions, new business and inquiries to ensure that we finish this agenda. So I just want to double check that we'll be able to cover those items in the meeting reserve on Thursday. Because typically what we do is we complete that to ensure the council.
There's a couple hours. We should be able to cover it all
Yeah.
off.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the floor is a motion to finish this item. So listen to speakers and debate and, okay. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Great, carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will go to the next speaker now. The next speaker is Speaker 16, Rudy Van der Rode. Rudy, are you?
That's correct.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Rudy van der Rode. I'm the property manager for 305 and 339 Water Street. I live in Vancouver and have been working in Gaston for over 10 years. I support option A. Last October, I took the opportunity to express my opposition to the proposed approach, which aimed to establish a long-duration car-free zone from Water Street Block 300 to Maple Square. This goal is geographically impossible. Service vehicles cannot reach the north side of Water Street without using Water Street itself. Therefore, my argument remains valid. Nonetheless, the revised proposal's altered time frame makes the idea more feasible. Transforming the three blocks into a completely car-free pedestrian zone from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sundays is achievable, and it aligns with a preference expressed by those who participated in the city survey. Limiting the car-free zone's extent will also diminish the public's top concern. Car-light areas felt confusing, unsafe, and disruptive. I am confident that with these adjustments, we can extend the vibrant atmosphere we experienced in the 300 block last summer to Maple Square. While removing infrastructure barriers is essential, creating a welcoming environment is equally important. Last summer, some retail stores were not ready until the midpoint of the pilot program. To ensure the pilot success, it is crucial to establish more stringent and consistent design guidelines, timelines, and expectation for both the participating vendors and the city. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the new proposal. Things have changed, and I hope we can continue our positive collaboration to restore Gastown to its former glory. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Rudy. The next speaker is speaker number 17, Brent Constantine. Brent, are you here? Or sorry, are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great, please go ahead.
Yeah. Man Gallery Comedy Club, 110 Water Street. Since we fully opened last year, or sorry, this year, we're not usually got around 20,000
Brent, sorry, can I'm going to stop your clock for a sec. You're just sounding a little muffled right now. Can you maybe get closer to the speaker, please?
Yeah, I'll try and switch to my phone. How about that? Is that any better?
100 times better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Was just on a. Yeah, not sure what you heard or not, but I'm with Man Gallery. We're a comedy club at 110 Water Street. So last year, we saw the pilot as a great decision to try and mature this area of town. Definitely wasn't perfect at all, but a great place to start. I think there's problems in the area beyond what a project can respond to, just shutting down the street to cars. But we council, please continue to invest in Gastown through at least the details under option A. At a minimum, I'd like to see Cordova 2, 2025. Doesn't quite make sense to have a road as one of the major arteries into downtown. And just another request to report A and B calling for public washrooms to be installed at soonest in fall 2025. I think it's a really important investment that needs to be in place for summer season as well, even if it's just a temporary facility until that fall infrastructure can be put in place. We need those public washrooms to support everybody that comes into Gastown and make them feel comfortable, and not put the onus on the private businesses either to provide these facilities. So we're looking forward to the area and more people in, and want to make their experience a great one in Gastown generally. So thanks a lot.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is number 18, Robert Town. Robert, are you on the line?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Can you hear
Please
me?
go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council and City staff. Really appreciate all the work you guys are doing. And, I just wanted to speak about the pedestrian-only zones and the road closures, in terms of the office space. Like, I'm with Corbell Commercial. I'm active in commercial leasing, and I've been working down in Gastown for many years, about 20 years now. And, I've been in Gastown when it was, 20 years ago when it was bad. I mean, here now it's worse, but, we're dealing with things that we have no control over. But, these road closures just exacerbate some of the issues that are there, especially with mental illness and drug addiction. And it's really affected the office market. There's a lot of vacancy. And, the thing with property owners and businesses in Gastown, like, we're very resilient, okay? So these property owners are going to adapt. They're going to adjust. They're going to do their best to lease the space and fill their retail units. But I know landlords who are, like, leasing space for free, keeping their retail storefronts rented and their office spaces full the best they can. I know businesses and property owners and residents who live in Gastown and work in Gastown have businesses invested in the area that are policing, doing their own, they can't even call the police, right? Because they're just dealing with so much stuff down there that they just, they have to do their own policing themselves. And, I just wanted, just to mention, like, the stress that's happening to the owners in the area and the tenants. I know tenants who can't get deliveries. Look what's happening in Woodwards and Tinseltown. You have these public spaces which are great, but we're dealing with these other issues that are affecting these businesses. And unfortunately, these businesses will just pack up and leave. And we're already seeing that now. And they're not going to go down the street protesting. They're just going to leave. And it's really going to leave us in a bad spot. So, thank you for allowing me to speak and giving me a chance to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Robert. Speaker number 19, Elise Yurkowski.
Hi there. Yes, my name is Elise Yurkowski, and I'm the Director of Marketing for the Gastown Business Improvement Society. First off, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the City of Vancouver for their work on this presentation. I also want to thank the City team and the consultants for their collaboration throughout this process. Including the GBS in these weekly discussions have been crucial in ensuring that the voices of those who live, work, and are directly impacted on a daily basis by this pilot are heard. Based on the extensive work completed with the City and the feedback from our members, the GBIS supports Option A. Specifically, we recommend closing Water Street every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., in addition to pre-existing special events like Gastown Grand Prix and Meet Me in Gastown. Our membership surveys over the past 2 years have found that 60% of businesses supported a partial closure of Water Street, while 59% reported that the full street closure model for the pedestrian zone negatively impacted their sales and foot traffic last summer, something that we've heard from businesses, multiple businesses today. Therefore, we believe this approach, including testing two-way traffic on Cordova, takes a more balanced and comprehensive view of Gastown's public spaces while helping to inform the larger public spaces plan without losing the momentum we've built. Additionally, we support testing a rapid and easy closure system for Water Street to accommodate pedestrian zones and special events, something that has long lived in the Gastown DNA and that we hope to continue to support and attract to the neighborhood. We believe this strategy best serves businesses, enhances Gastown's appeal, and draws positive attention to the neighborhood. A consistent Sunday closure could be great for creating an exciting opportunity to attract both locals and tourists, much like similar programs in other major cities such as Paris Breathes initiative, without exhausting businesses and resources. This also ensures clear and effective communication with businesses and the public, something that we learned was critical from last year's pilot. From a marketing perspective, it's also essential that activations align with Gastown's unique character and build upon its existing successes rather than introducing generic programming for the sake of activation. Gastown is a thriving, vibrant business district, and we look forward to continue to strengthen that success through the 2025 Gastown pilot. Thanks for your time today.
Great. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Wally Wargalet. Wally, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate the time to speak. I am the Executive Director of the Gastown Business Improvement Society, representing over 600 very diverse folks. I think we've heard different viewpoints today. The thing I want to focus on, you understand where our viewpoint is coming from. It's been said multiple times what we are proposing. I think the thing that I've learned through the last, almost 4 years that we've started this work, just as a reminder, we started this back in 2021, getting funding committed to this neighborhood, and that work started with Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young. We found $10 million in the capital plan. Additional money was found. The new council came on board, which now gets that number to over 17 million, which was well needed, and infrastructure spending is so important, and we're seeing that positive work happen, and we need to see it continue. The thing that's probably the most complicated, and the folks in that chamber, councillors and mayor alike, understand you're never going to get a large group of people to agree on one conclusion or one way forward. So I think that a point I want to make very clear is that last October when we met, there was a lot of pushback against the city plan, both positive, negative, different data came out. I think at some point we need to talk about data, because the data last year was not 100% accurate, and I think we got to figure that out. But since that time frame, there has been literally hundreds of hours of time put in by the City of Vancouver staff, by the consulting staff, by members of our organization. And the one thing that we've been very clear about doing is trying to listen to all those voices that we have heard over these last year and a half, and trying to come up with the best plan forward where we can test things. And I will say that kudos to the city in really trying to work with us to identify literal things that we can test, KPIs that we're going to be able to judge against after this pilot, if it does move forward in 2025, that we'll see what was successful and what was not. This was really what I would call precedent-setting types of work. And I really want to thank the city staff for coming to the table and working with us. It's been an exciting time, maybe a little challenging from time to time, but everyone came to those meetings with open minds, and we've really tried to come up with a collaborative approach here where, maybe not everyone wins, but we're going to do the least amount of harm to this neighborhood and hopefully have the greatest impact for it. Lastly, I just want to talk about money, because it will be an important thing for you to consider. We spent over 35% of our marketing budget in those 2 months of the pilot last year, and as was mentioned earlier, we don't have those funds again. And so,
sorry, Wally, I'm sorry, we're at time.
That's all good. That's all good. Thank you,
Awesome.
Mayor.
Thank you very much, Wally. Thanks for coming, calling in. Speaker number 1, Eli Brennan. Eli, are you on the line? No. Okay. Well, that is the end of our. Do we have to go back? Okay. Now, speaker number 4, Bert Hick. Is Bert? Bert, are you on the line? No. Okay. And then speaker number 11, Luc Duval. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. And I do want to thank everyone for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion?
Mayor, I'm on the queue. I'd like to move an amended option A, which has been emailed into the clerks and to council.
Okay, so we move a motion first, or do? Okay, you can put that first. Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure before we have a bunch of reconsider votes and what have you. We loved that earlier.
Good to lock the procedure. Can I speak to it now?
Yes, please speak to it, and I'll adjust your clock. We'll add another 20 seconds.
Great. We've heard a lot here, and I will walk through the specifics and the changes to the amendment first, and then I'm going to provide some general comments, but I'm just going to do that so it's clear on the screen in terms of what's being changed. What I'm proposing is moving option A with the following modifications. I see those are up there now, which is to do a Water Street pedestrian zone pilot from early June to early September after the long weekend. That's when we heard is a really critical time. In addition to that, it contemplates in C that the delivery of the pedestrian zone happens on Sundays, not on weekends, but on Sundays from 10 to 6 notionally, recognizing that's a key dinner time, and so that our staff can work in terms of the practicalities of that and work in partnership with the BIS and stakeholders around that timeline, but notionally that time. And that the implementation of the pilot be subject to alignment of the two-way traffic on Cordova Street and be above. And then the last part is that we do keep the door open to extending that pedestrian zone pilot through the end of September at the discretion of both our city engineer and in consultation with the BIS and the stakeholder community. So I just want to speak to some of the rationalization here. And I think I heard a lot of things, and I think that change is a process and it takes a while. Yes, the motion that we brought forward originally was entitled A Bold Vision for Gastown, and I genuinely think that that is where we are going in terms of developing a more pedestrian-friendly, people-focused spaces. I think that we also need to bring people along. I think that we learned that achieving that in isolation without looking at the broader traffic patterns around the neighborhood and on Water Street, that the success of those is interdependent. And so we heard from one speaker about the nature of cars barreling through. There's a perception amongst some businesses that those are some of their customers. There's a lot of commuters that rattle through. But regardless, we've also heard, council's had the opportunity to hear from our engineering staff that we've had a process in returning a number of our one-way streets to two-way. And that will enable us to actually have more flexibility in the public space to expand, to do things like putting in a bike path, to have things like broader sidewalk space, to be more flexible at how we use that. And it will sort of automatically become more car light, but still retain some of the access. I would love us to be there already, but I recognize that there's some pieces that have to happen here. We're continuing to invest in the public realm and the public space and the improvements as we go in the broader public space planning. We've seen that. Last year, I think we had an anomaly where we had a road repair happening in conjunction. I think the data is really important. We've heard that. But we did hear positively that some are questioning the data. We heard a lot of folks. I think personally that my sense is that general public really loves the pedestrianized spaces. They want to see more of it across the city, not just in Gastown, and more days of it. But we've also heard from some specific businesses where some of the evenings were an issue with their staff and others. So we don't want to create people that are disenfranchised. What we want to do, I think, is bring everybody along, right? The public, the business community, et cetera. And I think that's what this is trying to do, why we invest in the public realm and we make the broader changes that happen in terms of how the vehicle, pedestrian access, cyclists and everybody happens in that area. So to me, uplifting neighborhoods is about trying to hit positives on a lot of fronts. Economically, the small business, tourism, the vibrancy and vitality and just the fun in our city and just a good experience for people and bringing that back. So I think that this is putting us on a path to get there. I know it's hard to get 100% concurrence and congruence, but I think that we have enough here, and I appreciate our staff trying to navigate through it. I appreciate the BS working with us. I appreciate the public and being patient while we put in changes to get there, because I think the broader vision is to really have that much enhanced pedestrian realm in Gastown. So let's continue working on the investments in the public space plan. Let's sort of like try to navigate the traffic, and so that people that need to go by it can go by it, people that need to go through it can go through it, but it becomes a much friendlier and much more dedicated to pedestrians over time. And I think that that is a bit of a process. So that's sort of the spirit of behind the amendments, and I will leave it there because I think we don't have to go too far over our time.
Thank you. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Okay, is there any discussion on Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the intention of this amendment, actually. I would like to see us tease out more of this, and this is a bit of a change, but I think it does represent a good compromise and recognizes that there is a lot of anxiety around how this is working and how it can be improved. And I do take the considerations of the local businesses who are struggling with the pedestrian only and reflecting that it's hurting their business. And obviously we want vibrant businesses, otherwise this is all for naught. So we do want a great Water Street experience. I do appreciate the work that's gone into this and the fact that staff have dedicated so much energy and thought to this work. And I think Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment here represents a thoughtful compromise that can move this forward, recognizing we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater either. So thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Just signaling my support for this.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, unless I'm missing something here, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? It's just a motion, sorry. We've done that a lot today, sorry. So we're going to put the motion to a vote. If we can please go to the voting panel.
Mayor, can I please get a vote assist in favor?
Absolutely. Great, and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, so that ends that item. And so now, can we please have a motion to recess until Thursday, February the 27th, 2025 at 3 p.m.? Great. So we just voted on that as amended, right? That was it, right? That's it. Yes, great. And so thank you very much, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Yay. Great. This meeting is recessed till February the 27th at 3 p.m., which is Thursday. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for all the great work you did.